Please. There. Hi. It had chosen, I don't know, some string of numbers as my microphone, so whatever. We're back. Hi. Ryan, Chassis, Viv, nice to see ya. Let me find Mort real quick. I had to go and mess with his enclosure. Where are you, Mort? Oh, I see ya. Hello. Morty. Hi, Morty. Okay. We've found him. So, couple things. First of all, I got a decent amount of work done, specifically for the purposes of maybe finishing Legend of Dragoon today. The other thing, if you, I don't know, paid aggressive attention last week, you'll see that the time on the save file is about an hour later than what we saved at. And that's because I spent about an hour, well, okay, I spent like 20 minutes and then an hour eating a donut, but about 20 minutes farming additions. So everybody should be just about where they need to be, which is great. So Dart is missing a couple double slashes, a couple moon strikes, and 2 madness heroes, which is no big deal. Al literally just has to worry about Gust of Wind Dance, and Maru literally just has to worry about Cat's Cradle. I just had a donut, actually, and it was very good. I drove 45 minutes round trip to get one donut because that was just desperately what I wanted today. So, you know. Moonstrike has just huge damage, 320% damage at this point, so we're gonna use it for what's coming next. But then we'll switch back to Double Slash. Well, actually, we'll switch back to Madness Hero, and then we'll max that real quick. PlayStation. Babe, I fixed you. Stop it. I am also, real quick, going to cure Owl of his fear, because fear makes him do half damage. Cool. Hey Jade, how you doing? Nice to see ya. How are all of you, in case I didn't ask that? How's Gladio this morning? He's much more energetic than he was yesterday. He was very cold and stressed out from his trip. So now he's had a chance to sleep overnight and get warmed up, like, gradually. And I went to give him food this morning once he was out, and he panicked. He was so scared. He saw me and just zoomed He was gone in a second. So that's pretty normal. Hey, villain, how you doing? That's pretty normal for babies. We're gonna give him a little bit more time to acclimate and not be stressed. You know, just kind of chill. Because it's not good for them, like, for their health to be stressed. But within the next couple days, we're gonna start working on getting him out of the enclosure when he eats. Because, well, there's a couple reasons. First of all, I want him to spend time with me. But also, like, mostly, I don't want him to accidentally ingest, like, a bunch of dirt and stuff, because he's a messy eater. So, I'd rather feed him outside the enclosure. Just starting the day. Kind of me too. At least it feels like it. I try not to think about... This might sound weird. I try not to think about the work that I do in the morning as, like, actually part of the day. So then I just power through it, and then I get to start my day. You know what I mean? So, anyway, we... Oh, wait. I've just now realized. I've just realized. Hold on. Captions! They should be on now. Forgot. Last week when we left off, we're in Mayfill. This is the Death City. We've sucked so far at trying to get my dad to not just destroy the world. So he's already destroyed 2 of the 3 signets that we needed to protect in order to stop him from, you know, crossing the Moonchild with the moon and making this horrible god of destruction thing. So we're in Mayfill. This is where the last signet is that we're trying to protect. And we were running through here, and all of a sudden we saw Mr. Lavitz Slambert, who was our best buddy from Disc 1. Remember, he got stabbed and died, and that's why he's in this Death City now. So we saw him. We're gonna go follow him now. Hey, Dragon Sage, thank you for the good luck. How you doing? Lavitz, why did you run away from us? He's not looking so good. Who are you bastards? It's me! Dart. Don't you recognize us? Al. He knows Al as well. Arg. Look at his back. Come on, Rose, with this translation. There's something attached. Seems it's affecting the soul. It smells of devildom. I don't know what that means, but sure. Okay, we're gonna fight him. Yay. Grad school orientation? Well, good luck. I never got to do my orientation for grad school because I attended remotely, since I didn't have the money to live in the UK temporarily. Hey, buddy. It's me, Dart. Don't you recognize my face? I want to smell of devildom. So here's our buddy. He's got this thing attached to his back that's kind of messing with him. Oh man, I have to remember how to do this. Apparently it's fine. Nice. Black magic me up, baby! But yeah, good luck. Hope you have a good orientation. Oh, we're doing Moonstrike. I hate this attack. Not like Blazing Dynamo is really any better. It's kind of better, let's be real. What kind of Tegu is Gladio? He is a Chacoan Tegu, which is a local variant of a black and white Tegu. It's kind of like if you said, like, I'm Japanese, and someone was like, I'm Okinawan. Well, like, that's still part of Japan, so you are still Japanese, but you're, like, more specific as well. That's what I mean. Chacoan is, like, a more specific black and white Tegu. Good luck, Dragon Sage! The hope is to finish this today, maybe. We still have a lot to do, but I suspect that because I know what I'm doing, it'll actually go a lot faster than it seems. Like, than I have an image in my brain of everything we still have to do, and it seems like a lot, but I think it'll be pretty fast, since I'm not gonna get lost. Basically. And honestly, the difference between here and like Imago is not that far, but it seems like it's really far. Kind of like you don't realize how close White Tower Skip is to Cage Puzzle until you actually think about it. Yeah, so I'm still gonna farm additions on him. But check it out, he's doing his additions. Like, I was blown away by that when I was younger and I got to this part for the first time. The attacks that he's doing are his actual additions that we did when we had him as a party member. Yeah, I was trying. I was trying to throw people off of the scent a little bit, Ryan, by posting that teeny tiny picture of his snoot because it was green, right? And most people don't realize that baby tegus are green since they end up black and white. And you can see, it's cool. Al is doing the same attack that Lavitz is doing. They're both doing Gust of Wind Dance. Because you can see that, like, hoisting himself up on a spear and kicking you is the same. But each attack is like, they just have different flavors, basically, between the two. No, that was a picture of his snoot. Please, it's me. Man, he's swole. Who am I? Alright, we can do damage to him again. Wow, that was bad. But yeah, Gladio, he seems to be doing just fine today as well. I'll still feel a lot better in like a month when he's significantly bigger and more out of danger, but still, you know. It's good to have him home. Okay, phase 2. Hi, Zackwell. What a show! It was so moving a reunion that I'm totally choked up with tears. Who are you? Excuse me, my name's Zackwell. I'm a resident of the darkness. You've taken over Lavitz. Yes, I have. The man insisted he was so worried about you that he couldn't bear dying. I thought it was a little presuming, but I granted him momentary life. Lavitz was my friend. How dare you? You'll never get away with this. Can you defeat me? If the PlayStation would get its act together, please. So Zackwell's significantly stronger, and I've just now realized that I do not have a lot of Angel's Prayers, and that's kind of a yikes, dog. Zackwell kinda hot. I might go jiggle the PlayStation cord here in a second. This is kind of dark. It was really frustrating because I've like had the PlayStation working a little bit better as far as not doing the screen flickering thing. And then one night we put up fences in our house for our old dog so that he can't get up on the furniture because he pees in the middle of the night. And so we have these fences which the PlayStation is also behind because we don't want him to mess with all of our electronics. He opened the fence overnight and like jammed the PlayStation cords into one corner, so he kind of messed up everything that I had it all working. So as you can see, yep, there we go. Stay. PlayStation, stay. Stay. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go jiggle the cord. Even if it fixes itself, I'm still gonna jiggle it a little bit. Alright, hopefully we've bought ourselves some time here. Before it starts to go wonky again. So yeah, Zakwall has instant death attacks, and I think I only have maybe 2 Angel's Prayers. Not, you know, not great. We'll live with it. Man, I'm in the zone for Cat's Cradle. Ugh. Come on, bruh. I'm still gonna farm additions, but we can't hurt him right now. So Maru, I think, by the end of this fight, should get her ultimate attack. Dart will not, Albert might. Because Maru gets to go basically twice as often as Al does. So she's getting twice as many. Al might not quite make it, he might be just 1 or 2 short. But about earlier, Viv, you mentioned like you gotta redo your like chores habits. There goes the PlayStation again. For me, it helps to, like, I don't know, I've said before, I'm kind of like really good at lying to myself. In like a good way, you know? I'm very much one of those people where it's like, okay, I have an 800-word article to write. I'm gonna write the outline. Because the outline's like, it ends up usually being about 50 words. It's just the headers. And then I do that, and I'm like, well, I can just write the intro paragraph just so I don't have to worry about it later. And then I write it, and I'm like, well, I can probably do one more. That's not a big deal. And so I do one more little chunk. And then I'm like, well, you know, I'm at like 350 words. That's basically 400, which is basically halfway. And I already know what the final paragraph's gonna be, so that's like 100 words. I'm basically almost done, you know? So I'm very good at lying to myself to keep my momentum. That also means that I'm one of those people who's like, I have a doctor's appointment at 2 p.m. and it's 11 a.m. I essentially have no time to do anything left, you know? Because 11 is basically noon and I've got to leave at like 1:30. So sometimes it can be a little bit damaging, but... So I work best first thing in the morning from like 7:30 to about 10:30. That's my peak productive time. So I try to jam just as much of my work for the day into that time as possible. And then, if I get a lot done by 10:30, I'm like, okay, my day is officially starting now at 10:30. And it feels much freer than it actually is. He hasn't killed anybody yet. Which, I mean, sure. His kill attack is actually kind of cool. I don't really want him to do it, because like I said, I don't have a lot of Angel's Prayers. And in fact, that's gonna make Imago like super gross. But his kill attack like literally has him stabbing you with his scythe and ripping out your liver. It's kind of cool. So yeah, I can't hurt him, but we're just doing the additions. And there's a lot more to the additions than I've ever really let on. Like if you're playing this strategically, you'll see that some additions do big damage, but basically don't give you any SP. Like Maru's addition here, massive damage. Cat's Cradle is... her second highest damaging attack, but it only gives 20 points of SP, which is garbage. You need 100 per Dragoon level. And kind of same for owls here. Gust of Wind Dance does massive damage, but it only gives you 35. But something like Madness Hero for Dart does piddly damage, but it gives him like 300 SP or something. So there's more strategy than it might seem. We're focusing on the high DPS attacks because I don't really count on Dragoon a lot. And also just because these are the ones that we need to do in order to unlock the ultimate. And I do appreciate that the best moves, like the highest damaging moves, are usually gated behind, like, these really difficult additions. See, like, I messed that one up. So you kind of have to earn doing the high damage, but there is also some accessibility built in. If you farm to get... not the Legend Cask, what is it? War God's Amulet, I think. It'll do the addition for you. So for people who, for whatever reason, can't do the addition, there's an item in the game that will do it for you. It's just really expensive. It's 10,000, which, I mean, take a look at our money. I think we have like 5,000 now. And we basically haven't bought anything, so... 10,000's a lot of money. Villain, yesterday I thought it was Thursday. So I feel ya. Oh, I just want Moonstrike to be done. I really do not like that addition. Ultimate War God. Yeah, that's what it is. War God's Amulet, I think, is the one... So there's a cheaper one, which I think is War God's Amulet, now that I think about it. That's only worth 5,000, and it'll still do the addition for you, but it does it at half damage. So you take a penalty. Or you can save up for the big one, the Ultimate War God, which does the addition at full damage. Osbando caved and bought one of those because he was really, really struggling with the additions. And he didn't want to just hand it to me for every fight. And like, you can farm money, you can farm, what is it, rainbow birds or bluebirds? I don't remember which ones are the good ones for money. So you can farm birds, but it's still like, it's still farming, it's still kind of a pain. I don't want to give up on Gust of Wind Dance. It makes me sad. It's like my favorite addition, and we're gonna get his ultimate. And I'll use it, but Gust of Wind Dance is just so cool. Zackwell, you've got like no health, buddy. Get out of the ground. I didn't even use the Psych Bomb. Maybe when he comes back out, we'll use the Psych Bomb, and hopefully that'll just kill him before he kills anybody. Because I need Angel's Prayers for Imago. Bruh. Broski. Yeah, Gust of Wind Dance just feels so nice. Especially at the end when he's starting to do those like cross strike things that just looks and feels very tight. Very like snappy. Okay, buddy. Oh, but it's Owl. Whatever. I want to kill him more than I want one more addition. Because I don't want him to kill one of us. Even though his attack is cool and he rips out your liver. Wow, 210? That was kind of bad. Oh, only 730. Oh, we got him anyway. He never got to use that attack, which is both sad and good at the same time. Yeah, it's just a rhythm game. Exactly. That is a thick sword, by the way. It looks like an inflatable. That's the true lore. Dart's just been using an inflatable sword this entire time that he got from Chuck E. Cheese. He stabbed himself. 100% a foam cosplay sword. Dart, your majesty. You're like, oh, it's my friend, he's here. I'm sorry, even though I was being manipulated. I could even, thanks to Zackwell, I could meet you again in death. You are not dead. Dart, I'm pretty sure he's dead. He stabbed himself in the chest and he's not dying, so... You'll continue to live in us. He has a hole. Yeah. So he stabbed, like, himself to stab Zackwell, right? He's hiding his arm. There's no time left. I'll lead you to where the sphere of the magic blocker is with my last strength. I don't remember it saying that. He didn't even call it the Signet Sphere. It's an Animal Crossing pitfall in his chest. Farewell, Dart. Love it. Thank you. Bye, buddy. We got to see Lamblitz Slam Blam one last time. Get your final editions, folks. Yes, Perky Step. See, Al didn't quite get it. If he's one behind, because I didn't do that and I did the Psych Bomb instead. Okay, let me do it real quick. And I actually want to go back and save. Okay, so he's good on Moonstrike. Ooh, it was actually exactly 80. Okay, we're gonna tie up Madness Hero real quick. Oh, it's one. I literally told you that at the end of the fight. I wanted one more addition for Albert. Come on. Okay, Perky Step though, that's our final one. So we're gonna go back and save. Larry Slurp Burp. I prioritized, that's right. Hey Cheville, nice to see you. How you doing? I just really didn't want to use the Angel's Prayers because there's gonna be a situation that I'm kind of intentionally putting us in where we fight a boss that sometimes goes a little trigger happy with instant death attacks, but is in between the point of no return and when we get to the first town. So it's possible, technically, that it could kill us enough that we don't have enough Angel's Prayers to win, and we're kind of just stuck, which is also why I saved. So I didn't really want to use any more Angel's Prayers than we had to. Wrestling with WordPress. Doing what? Maybe I can help. So yeah, here we go. This is it, folks. We made it. Yes, the moon is not set yet. The Signet Sphere is still safe. I mean, Shanna's still safe. Once we go up this road of souls, there will be no return. We're climbing up. Are y'all ready? Because this is the point of no return. We don't get to come back and do anything else. Not that we've ever done anything. So we have Kulon, who is that like flap manta ray boy that Savan gave to us. So technically we can go anywhere in the world, but we just haven't used him. Is it too late to put Shanna in the party? Shanna's gone. Shanna's I don't... What is Zeeg doing with Shanna, by the way? Because she's captured by Zeeg. Because she's the, like, spirit of the god of destruction. And he's gonna throw her into the moon, basically, and combine their spirit and their body back into the god. But, like, is she just, like, hanging out, sleeping somewhere? Is he just floating her around? Is she on a leash? What is he doing? Remaking my website, which is very overdue. Nice. Slowly grinding its strength down. WordPress can sometimes suck. This is true. So yeah, we could still use Coolon. There are things that we could go do, technically. We could do all of Velweb, which I kind of wanted to do, but it's gonna take like a whole day in and of itself. Which is kind of sad, but... so I think... As sad as it is, we're not gonna do Velweb. Velweb was where all the original Dragoons were. Remember Kazus, the one with all the creepy dolls? So we could go back and fight them, but like I said, that takes a while, so... A toilet and a ping pong table. At least there's a ping pong table that she has to play by herself. We could also go and get something important from the market in Lohan from Disc 1. But we will get that automatically if we choose not to get it now. We'll just get it later. So, I think, unless you all are super dedicated to wanting to fight the original Dragoons, that we're just gonna go. Also, I'm gonna take a drink of Gatorade real quick. Okay, I don't remember how to drink, apparently. Let's go. Okay. Let's go. Lavich showed us the way. I have no hesitation. Let's go. Like, original Dragoons are worth a ton of experience, but we're kind of at a point where we're okay anyway. So... So I have a story about drinking without straws. To this day, it haunts me, okay? So, when I was a kid, nobody really taught me, like, how to take care of my teeth. My parents were just like, brush your teeth, but that's all they said. Can I carry any more items? Well, I want to, so... Hang on. What are we... I don't need a healing rain. Yep, throw that away. Whatever. Boop. Hey, I'll take a spectral flash. That was worth it. So my parents were just like, brush your teeth. But they didn't tell me anything about, like, your teeth being able to stain or anything like that. I didn't realize that staining was, like, a thing. So I used to drink caffeine-free Coke all the time. And I didn't like the bubbles. Like, the bubbles, like, irritated my throat. So I would swish it between my teeth to break all the bubbles and essentially make it not carbonated anymore. So I spent like 4 years of my life basically mouth-washing Coca-Cola. And I'm still really self-conscious about the color of my teeth, even though I've had like whitening and stuff now to mostly fix it. That was not a good thing to do to my brand new adult teeth. It was safe. This is the Signet Sphere. If Zeeg destroys this, then all of the signets are destroyed, and the god of destruction can be born, and that's bad. That Signet Sphere is the last barrier to protect the world. If it's destroyed, there will be no other way but to deal with the god itself. When Shanna crosses to the moon that never sets, the god of destruction will be born. I won't let it. I'll finish it here. I think so too. I couldn't have expected you to be here. I'll finish the world here. Reveal yourself. We know who it is, Rose. I don't hide. Our settlement is a peaceful one. We don't need weapons. That's the moon dagger, I think. fight is not appropriate before the celebration of a birth. I won't let you. And so Zeeg's a little surprised, right, that Dart's a Dragoon, because Zeeg was the original Red Dragoon. I won't let you, still. Yeah, you guys just stood there and let him do that. Like, come on. The arrow has already been released. To the finale of the world. The moon's falling. Then the world is ending. Does that mean that humans cannot revoke the will of the creator? No, it means it's Majora's Mask now. Not yet. Don't give up. It's just the signet of the moon is broken. Yes. We can still struggle. The moon's not obtained Shanna yet. Let's go pursue Zeeg. So technically the world doesn't end until Zeeg puts Shanna into the moon. So technically there's still time. Is this a dead end? Hi, buddy. It's Kulon, our manta ray friend. Creepy eyeballs. The wings of Savan. Take us to the moon. Fly me to the moon. And let me, what is it? Sing among the stars or something? I don't remember. Hey, we get a cutscene. Play among the stars. Sail among the stars? Nobody knows. Something, 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 Jupiter and Mars. Uh-huh. Hey, look at this. We have recreated... When the moon came crashing down, it recreated the divine tree, which we saw in a bunch of cutscenes earlier. Because the natural, like, resting place for the moon is in the center of the divine tree. Remember, it was like the final fruit. So the moon's coming down, because we suck, to nest in the middle of the divine tree from where it was born. Which kind of gives perspective about just how huge that tree is if the moon can sit on it.
That's it?
Go, Manta Ray! Be so fast! Or it's a pretty damn small moon. Also fair. Possible. I love the voice acting. I think I'm pretty sure it's in this cutscene. It has to be in this cutscene. There's a bit of voice acting later that I quite like. So it's starting. There's a bunch of Virage that are being born. These guys used to be like super bosses, and now there's just a million of them being born out of the moon. Because the moon is the body of the god of destruction, right? So that's why it's like giving birth to all these things. Oh, this is gross. It is, right? I just love that little bit of voice acting. They're just like, ah, oh no. This is a good apocalypse, yeah. So poor Kulon, he got hit. There he is, we're standing on him. Sorry, I cannot fly anymore. And his eyes kind of get cloudy. Bye, buddy. Everything's turning out just as Zeke wished. The seal of the moon was broken and the terribly disastrous plan laid by Soa finally has started. Those virages are mere advanced guards for the primary virage embryo. Yeah, we didn't really get to fly around on our buddy too much, but that's why it's the point of no return, because he dies, so you can't leave. It seems the birth of the god of destruction will only be a matter of time. Does the divine tree, which gave birth to all the species, want this as well? It's a tree, Rose. The world's not over yet. We can still fight to save it, can't we? After you've seen those, you can still say that. Let's go. The moon that never sets is waiting for us. Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's stop with our hero conversation. I'm actually not gonna save. Because like I said, if Imago absolutely wrecks us because we don't have enough Angel's Prayers, then we don't want to be trapped here. So we're on the divine tree. We're on one of the leggies of the divine tree. Rose, what's this? It's a fruit of the divine tree. It seems to be dried up, though. Fruit? Did all the species really arise from such small things? Only the creator Soa knows that, so it's just a legend for us. But we're standing on the divine tree, which supposedly was in the same legend. We'd better believe it. I guess so. Let's move on. We better hurry up, or there will be no one even to tell the... There will be no one even to tell the legend. Awkward way to say that, Rose. Dart doesn't know how babies work. They just keep furthering this entire legend just so that they don't have to explain to Dart where babies come from. Okay, I need to figure out what on earth Perky Step is like. Oh god, this is gonna take me a bit. I have to remember how to do this. So Dart needed... I forgot what attack he was doing. He needed 2. This must be Madness Hero. And Al only needed 1. I'll get it. I just need to remember the full flow of it. In the meantime... That's it for Al. He'll get his ultimate at the end of this fight. I really should have killed the cat. I feel like the cat has an instant death thing as well. It's a cute cat, though. Oh man, this is all over the place. Don't, bro! I was saving my angel's prayers. Okay, I'm not gonna use it. Really should have killed the cat. Ah, I knew the cat had an instant death thing, so I'm not gonna res Dart because I don't want to use an angel's prayer. I still missed. There's a rhythm that you get into once you kind of know where an addition is going. I just have to make it through like 2 or 3 times. Yeah! Mostly I just want this thing dead since Dart's dead and he's not going to benefit from the additions, so Al can still attack, that's fine. Except I failed. Whatever, Monkey Man. Oh, I'm feeling it. It's feeling better already. So I'm pretty sure that when it's fully leveled up, Perky Step is the strongest addition in the game. I think. Bye. Sorry, Dart, you don't matter. An Angel's Prayer! And there's Flower Storm. Yes, I want the Angel's Prayer. Are you kidding? There's so many things on this disc that one-shot you. That was the one I could never get. Same for Husbando. He just could not get Perky Step. Flower Storm, look at that. Starts at 300% damage. This one is 350, fully leveled. Like, this is gonna be so good. And that's another one I'm gonna have to remember, but... So yeah, now that we're on the Divine Tree, essentially the rest of the game, obviously, takes place on a combination of the Divine Tree or the moon. Like, we're just walking up to the moon right now. Let's see if I can remember this. Oh yeah! This one's cool. This one's cool. Not as cool as, Gust of Wind Dance, but still cool. Owls just feel so good. Okay, that should be it for Dart. As far as that addition, he still needs to do double slash like 20 times, but... Oopsie, I just thought we were still doing the other one. Another Angel's Prayer? Well, now I wish that, we had hung around to see Zackwell's liver thruster attack. You know? Because it's super gross. He, like, spears you and then pulls your liver out and your liver's, like, flopping like a fish. It's great. This stream seems like it's sending a vital force to the moon that never sets. It must be that the Divine Tree is getting ready to give birth to the God of Destruction. Then if we take this stream... Yes, it'll carry us to the top. Let's hurry. Not gonna lie, I always hated Riku. I don't... Same with Yuffie. I just, like, don't like characters like that. So I never use them. But Riku's good. Husbando always used Riku. What a stream! Thank you. My party of choice was usually Lulu, Waka, and Orin. Which is kind of a weird party, honestly, but Lulu's like super strong. I had a crush on Riku. We got right up close. In addition, maybe because we let ourselves flow in the vital force, I feel revitalized. Means that the power of the Divine Tree that gave birth to all species is still alive. In order to kill all the species, it revived the power. Okay, bye. Landing succeeded. So there's this caterpillar up on the top right. See him? He got freaked out when Kongol landed because he made a big boom. What is that? It looks like a bug. Did Kongol's landing awaken it? Sounds like you called her Yuppie. We gotta get going. So all these little sparkly things, we're not reading about them, but it's literally every time you walk up to one, they're just like, oh, this is a fruit that never hatched. Lulu takes a little bit of time, I feel like, to really, like, get going. So maybe that's why. Like, you really have to put some points into her sphere grid before she starts being real nice. I liked the summons as well, and also didn't like Yuna. So, the song that plays... Whoopsie. In the, like, temple shrine things that she has to go visit, the choir song of them singing, hate it. One of my least favorite songs of all time. I know a lot of people think it's super iconic and they really like it, and I forgot to switch Darts Edition. I don't know why something about that song, just I hear it and immediately it just makes me angry. And that's like the opposite of what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to be really like meditative and religious and calming. And I hate it. Yeah, that attack is so cool. It was coming back to me much quicker than Perky Step. Fear didn't work, loser. Oh, I missed the last one. Sad. Yeah, that feels so good. So he says Blossom Storm, but it says Flower Storm. It's a little bit weird because I'm pretty sure that he also... Let me think. Yeah, he has Rose Storm as one of his Dragoon attacks. He's like very flower themed. And I think that just all of that kind of got muddled together during development, and that's why little things like that happen. We have more than enough Angel's Prayers at this point. We're gonna save. No going back now. I forgot to change Darts Edition! Okay, Maru, can we just, like, run away? Run away, run away! Okay, I'm gonna Psych Bomb you guys, and if you don't die, I'm gonna be very grumpy, alright? Because I want to change this edition. Dart needs to be doing double slashes. First edition you ever learned, doing it in the end of the game. That's how it be sometimes. It really... I don't know if it's the texture, Viv, or what, but you're right. Like, you could look at this outside of the context of having ever watched the playthrough and be like, this seems like pretty far into the game. Just based on how it looks. Oh, that feels so good! I love Al so much. I don't understand why more people don't use him. They make Perky Step hard because it's so hard hitting. Excuse. I got... So, check this out. It's kind of funny. They call it petrified here, but depending on where you look in the game, like if you're at a clinic or whatever, they will actually straight up just call it stoned. Which I always thought was funny. I cannot do this for some reason. Okay, change the edition. Change Darts Edition. Hey, a depetrifier, thanks. I don't think I will. Bye. Okay, jeez. Dort. Go back to double slash. You weeb. Thanks, Cheville. So all these things in the background are not birds. They're mirages. that have all hatched. It's just that they're so far away that they look small. It'll be soon. Yes, but look at that. It's our little friendo again, the caterpillar. Is that the caterpillar from back there? It's a miracle there was an unhatched fruit left over. It's a subspecies of a new insect. It was just born and it's coming after us. Hey, buddy. Cutie. He's pretty cute. Honestly, he's pretty cute. So it's just called Caterpillar for now. Nailed it for once. The damage on Perky Step isn't going to be super great right now. We need to level it. Ah, that third hit is always a pain. Oh, that's so relaxing. At this point in the game, one hit to do an addition, man. We're gonna have Blossom Storm in no time. And look how much damage that does! Al is so good, you just have to invest in him. Oops, that was too early and I knew it. I kind of think that's the thing with Al. Like, partly people don't like him because he's a womanizer. I find it cute because he's never creepy about it. Okay, he's a little creepy, but not in like a harmful way. He's a little creepy in just like an innocent comes on too strong way. Not in like a I'm gonna stalk you kind of way. Whoopsie. But I also think that people don't like him because his early attacks up through Gust of Wind Dance don't really do that much damage. And because of the way that it works with like you having Lavitz and then having Al, I feel like they just don't ever spend enough time to get Blossom Storm, which is just ungodly strong. I don't like his look, to be honest. I always thought that his cape was elegant. But other than that, he kind of just always looks moist. I think it's like the tight ponytail thing going on. Dart, you don't have to stand up just to fall down again, bro. But yeah, like Maru's design is really cute. Nobody likes Dart, let's be real, but I don't have a choice. Oopsie. It looks like a specific Attack on Titan character. I'm trying to think of which one you mean. Because there's a lot of blonde-haired Attack on Titan people. Are you talking about one in specific that was not revealed until some of the later content? Because then I think I know who you're talking about. I'm getting it. Oh, he's just like a blank, nameless Attack on Titan character. You're right, though. Now that you mention it, his cape is like the exact color of the Survey Corps cape. I see it. Yeah, there's like a ton of blonde Attack on Titan characters. Like Reiner is blonde. I said that, and then I said there's a ton, and then I came up with one. There's like a million more. I can't think of any though. Oh, I mean Armin obviously is blonde. Okay, so we triggered the next thing, I could tell by his animation. We've defeated the caterpillar. And now he's a chrysalis thing. A cocoon? Cocoon and chrysalis. One of them is specific to butterflies and one of them is specific to moths, and I don't remember which one. I think cocoon is for moth and chrysalis is for butterflies. Okay, if I just like pay attention for a little bit, I can do these additions. Cool. See, I just have to pay attention. Hopefully Dart can almost wipe out his double slashes in this fight, and then everybody can be on their ultimates. Yeah, Mort is just super doing a Mort right now. So, you know, much like Magikarp, there's Mort for you. The only thing that this thing does is struggle. It does not attack. You're meant to use that, I think, to build up your Dragoon meters and just get ready to go ham on his next phase, because his next phase is the one that does, like, massive damage and instant kills you and stuff. His next phase is the Imago that I wanted the Angel's Prayers for. Al, could you stand up, please? You're our primary source of damage. Times like this is when I wish that RPGs would let you attack your own party members. And some of them do. Because I just want to bonk Al on the head so that he wakes up. There we go. Welcome back to the party. Did you have a good snooze? Because Al does more in one attack than Maru does in like 4. These additions feel so good. They're such a fun part of the game. I love this game. It's hatching! So here's Imago. Very cool. I love his design. Dispirited doesn't matter. Dispirited is just it stops Al from getting SP, but we're not using Dragoon anyway, so it doesn't matter. Isn't it a cool design? I think it's really cool. Maru, I think, is gonna use the Psych Bomb now. I was thinking and not paying attention. Because we didn't want to burn... Really? We're killing somebody already? Can you not? And it's Al? Yeah, so Imago goes ham on these instant death attacks. Which is why I wanted the Angel's Prayers. And clearly that instinct was correct. Yeah, I have the Psychedelic Bomb. I didn't want... Yeah. Okay, Maru's gonna... I still only have 3 though. So I did only have the 1 before I came here. I didn't want to burn Psych Bomb fully on the first 2 phases in the off chance that it completely killed the phase, because I'm not sure that the damage would have carried over to the next phase. So it could have like been wasted damage. I wanted to save it for this. And Owl's the one, like, if I have to choose one of the three, I want him to be the one who's doing his additions, so... Ugh, 822 isn't, like, that good. But, whatever. I messed that up. It's okay. We might end up going Dragoon for this, though. This thing can do a bunch of status effects. And if it does fear, we'll just use Dragoon to cure fear. Stop counterattacking me, that makes it harder. Oh, I messed it up right at the end. That's so much damage. Owl just did as much damage as a Psych Bomb. Bro, I do not have that many Angel's Prayers. I'm gonna need you to stop. I remembered this. I remembered this so vividly. I'm gonna leave Maru down for a little bit. Although Maru's like the worst one to leave down. She has the boots. So she's attacking really fast. As in often. We're missing decent DPS. I would actually rather have Dart down, but of course, Dart's the only one who hasn't been affected so far. Still blue as well. Ugh, I might start using items. For Dart, not for Owl. Owl does massive damage. As is intended. I missed that, really? It's never a place that I miss. It's stressful too because, like, usually in most fights in this game, you can tell, like, oh, the enemy's about to do such and such attack based on the way that the camera moves or whatever. I don't want... Do I still have single attacks? I do. I can multi a Spark Net, sure. But all of Imago's attacks look basically the same, so every single time he attacks, I just assume that he's doing the instant death. Okay, 222, that was a little bit better. 321, are you kidding me? Oh, this boy is thick. How do speedrunners get past Imago? Items, I'm sure. Oh man, if my office were the reptile room, I would die. I love places that are hot, but that is a hot, hot room. How's Gladio faring? He was a lot more energetic this morning, which is good. You know, when he got home yesterday, he was cold and stressed and sluggish and all that. So we mostly just left him alone, and then, he had all night to sleep. Oopsie. And then he was warming up this morning. And he's very energetic now. And he was scared of me, and of course, you know, that's fine and pretty normal. I'm hoping that by leaving Maru down, we're discouraging Imago from doing another instant death, by the way, if you're wondering why I'm not rezzing her. I'll res her toward the end of the fight. I forgot there was another attack. And Dart should have enough double slashes at the end of this fight to get his ult. Oh no. Oh no. Make it be Dart. You ass. Do not do it again. Jeez. I mean, we have to bring Al back. He is just so much damage compared to everybody else. Okay, in the effort of actually winning this fight, I need to focus when we're doing additions. So here's the question. Okay, Imago's in red. I could just res Maru immediately and just blast Imago with multiple people's ultimate dragon. Because everybody has full MP. But if I res Maru, well, if I res her and then somebody dies again, that's basically it, but that's gonna happen anyway. Like, I'm out of Angel's Prayers and that's that, so. Do not, thank you. Alright, I'm going... Imago is non-element, so nothing is going to be particularly strong. Maru should have the higher magic attack. So she's gonna be the one to do this. And we're gonna hope that we don't glitch the boss. Because sometimes using Dragoon form causes the boss to, like, not work anymore. So we'll see. So hey, we get to see her dragon, which is cool. He's a fish man. Yes, that's exactly what happened with the Kraken villain. I realized, like, after we had gone offline. And it would have happened with Linus on disc 2 as well. But I knew about that one, so. Get swirled, bro. Heck yeah. We even get the special Dragoon, like, finisher poses. Maru's is very cute. Blazing Dynamo, finally. I don't... Oh yeah, I used those 3 Angel's Prayers, so it actually had room for those items. We barely defeated it. Ain't that the truth? Let's go, we're almost at the moon. Additions! Blazing Dynamo! We did it! So everybody has their ultimate edition, and we can spend the rest of the game just leveling them up. That's exactly what I wanted. The moon that never sets. It's spreading poison all over the world. In order to stop the poison, we have to reach the core of the moon. Before it's too late. Unless Shanna and the core, as Rose says, are wedded, the god of destruction won't be born, right? It's a dilemma for us because we want to take Shanna back. How is that a dilemma? If you take Shanna back, then she doesn't get to get shoved into the middle of the moon. What are you talking about? If we don't meet Shanna, and if we can destroy only the core of the moon, the world will be saved. But Zeeg is here for sure, with Shanna. That's the only chance to save her. We'll save both the world and Shanna. Fate is not in the hands of the creator, it's in our hands. Well, that's presumptuous. We won't let Soa decide the fate of the world. That goes for Shanna's fate as well. We will decide our own fate. Okay, Dart, way to try to be an inspirational leader. You with your inflatable Chuck E. Cheese sword. Is this the moon that never sets? Yes. It's been long. Very. Let's get going. So obviously Rose would know, like, what the moon that never sets is like. Because she's the Black Monster, so... she's had many dealings with it. The moon's shaking? Don't tell me the god of destruction is about to be born. It cannot be. No, it cannot, because we still have a lot of game left. The birth of the god of destruction is our death. That's right, we're still alive. Let's go. We must stop my father. Wow? Question mark? Sometimes that happens to me too, villain. But not all the time. Is this a forest? I thought we stepped into the moon. But indeed, this tree is a true tree. Were we sent to the ground? No. Listen, it's the heartbeat of the Virage embryo, the god of destruction. An empty body that's the living corpse from which the soul was taken by the ancient Winglies on the day it was conceived in the divine tree. We must be in the moon. Then no matter what it looks like, we gotta keep going. Aight, let's go. Yeah, like, whenever we start to play- I'm gonna take a drink real quick. Whenever we start to play a new game, I usually expect that I'll dream about it, like, the first or second day. Or if we're working, like, really hard in a game, like, if we're trying to do, like, OP levels in Borderlands, or if when we were doing, like, the hero or honor mode playthrough for Divinity, things that were really challenging. My brain still dreams about those at night. I also have, like, very detailed dreams, and I usually remember my dreams, too, which is kind of cool. I like dreaming. It looks like a grassland. Thanks, Dart. Miranda, what's wrong? I know this place. Does it look like the forest of your home? Not only that, it's the forest of that country where I grew up. I'll be back soon. Sorry, but wait for me here. There's something I have to check. Alone. Bye, not like we're doing something important. As I expected, this is the forest of my home. Why is this in the moon? This rose. Mother, where are you going? Go home, Miranda. Huh? You have a kid? Yeah. Don't go. Father's calling you. What are you gonna do? Because I married that man, my life's been completely ruined. He hardly works and drinks all the time with the money I earned. I don't even have enough food, and I'm starving every day. I can't stand it anymore. A beautiful life must be waiting for me if I leave this forest. Yes, I can say farewell to this miserable life. Let's go. So yeah, Miranda's mom was basically the worst. Okay. So essentially the last thing, basically, that we have to do in this game is each... So, like, we're in the moon, and the moon is doing, like, some weird... Like, these aren't... like, fake things. These are real, but... they're, like, messed up, kind of. Like, memories taking physical form, but they're kind of messed with, you know? Like, obviously, Miranda never encountered this creature before now, so... Every character has an encounter like this. And so we have to make it through all of our party members doing their individual encounters. That's what makes up the vast majority of what we do on the moon that never sets. Clearly a crafted scion. Yeah, Draco, it's very bizarre, for sure. Wait, who is this? Miranda? Yeah. Miranda was the one that took over after Shanna. She's the third sacred sister of the country that Queen Teresa was from. She joined our party when Shanna lost her Dragoon spirit because Shanna started freaking out. Why did you abandon Dad and me? Ah, Miranda, I had no choice. Okay, whatever you say. Shut up. Dad fell ill and I became an orphan. You can never imagine how I've lived since then. It hurts. So yeah, this Rose thing is like her mother also. But yeah, Shanna lost her Dragoon spirit because she's obviously like the Virage embryo. And so as soon as Miranda showed up, her Dragoon spirit was like, yeah, bye. I'm gonna go over to this person who's way better than you. And Miranda joined us ever since. She was adopted by the Queen because her mom sucked, obviously. I understand that what I've done is unforgivable as a mother, but I want you to understand. What do you want me to understand? I worked because I didn't want you, a newborn baby, to starve, but he didn't even try to work. My father may not have been a respected man, but at least he was with me all the time, unlike you. It hurts. Yeah, it's like her trauma monster, basically, yeah. So, every character in our party is going to face their trauma, or a defining trauma, on the moon. Okay, she's yellow. I wanted to wait until she healed like that before I did a psych bomb, because I didn't want her to heal it back. But if you've noticed that I've slyly been equipping all of the characters, even the ones that we don't use, with their best weapons and additions throughout the game, this is why. I didn't want to forget before we did each character's thing to equip them to be prepared to fight their trauma monster. Did you watch the new It movies? I thought they were actually pretty good. I can imagine how angry you are at me, but I never forgot about you even for a moment. Don't lie to me. It's not a lie. I visited him so many times to take you with me, but every time he just kicked me out. What? My mother was thinking about me. You have the same name as the goddess of... They didn't even spell that country's name. She's pure and loved by everybody. I named you that because it was my wish for you. We should be just about done here. Yeah, I thought it was really good. I actually really enjoyed it. And I didn't think that I would. I'm sorry to make you feel lonely, Miranda. Forgive me. Oh, you can forgive me? Thank you, Miranda. So this was her way of moving past her trauma, forgiving her mother because she got more information. She didn't realize that her mom did actually come back and try to get her. Mother, I was wrong. If you look at the bottom right of the screen, you can see Maru, like, just barely off screen with her hair peeking up. I entered the palace in order to preach love and to build a world where everybody can live happily, but my heart was filled with sorrow and hatred. And without knowing, I was absorbed in fighting in order to ease my loneliness. I didn't even try to understand my mother's pain and agony, just accumulated hatred and hurt many people. I don't deserve to be a sacred sister. Miranda, what happened? Are you really okay? Your eyes are kind of watery. Sorry, please leave me alone. Let's go. That's the only thing we can do now. How does she know her mother was telling the truth? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of an assumption, right? Not necessarily that she was telling the truth. Probably she thought she was telling the truth because she got everything else right. Like, her recounting of what happened aligned with what Miranda remembered. Ooh, a downburst. But it could just be that Miranda was seeing what she wanted to see, right? What's this? We gotta go for it anyway. Thanks, Dart, for your riveting commentary. Oh, little dragon buddy! Oh, now Owl's on the other side. I'm gonna be so confused. We swapped their places. I've been out of fighting for a hot second, and all of my skill is gone. I actually like Blazing Dynamo. My fingers kept doing the addition even though I messed up the timing, so I should get it fairly quickly. Yeah, basically villain. Like, that could have happened. I'm doing it too early. But I don't think the moon has, like, a goal here, right? Like, we're not here to, like, overcome our trauma and become stronger people or whatever. It's literally just the moon messing with time and reality. So I don't think there's, like, an end goal where her fake mother would have benefited from lying or telling the truth, you know? It just kind of existed. Like the Face Stealer, yeah. Face Stealer's cool, by the way. I love that concept. That show is so good. There are people? What's going on? Why are people living in the moon? I still don't know, but... Rose, what are you doing? You feel pain. It's certain that this is not just an illusion. This world is reality. Indeed, I've never visited the moon before, but I cannot help but feel I know this place. People's faces, clothes, it's not a mistake. This is a building in Serdio, which is his kingdom, if you remember. I've traveled all over Endinus, and they have typical Serdian faces. That's racist. Look, the girl over there. Looks Serdian. No, she's not. It cannot be. Oh, who could this child be? In the moon where things are weird. Disappeared. It looks like that's reality here too. Okay, we're gonna save because it's totally possible to mess this up. Looking forward to the sequel, not Korra. There's a sequel that's not Korra and isn't the live action? I'm nervous about the live action for sure. They bailed on Netflix after creative differences. Netflix not giving them the control they promised during the original announcement. Well, good. I understand that this place is not what it appears to be, but where are we now? Dart, I don't know. Dart is like that person that you're watching movies with, and they're like, what's happening now? Bro, I don't know. I'm watching the same movie as you. Just shut up. A world behind the wall. It seems as if the labyrinth of the moon is not refusing us. No, almost as if it's maybe inviting us. Menintos. It seems this place belongs to them. I think they were the 99th species. Maybe they can tell us something about this place. Yeah, they could, but we're not going to talk to them. They're cute, though. They're like little hobbit people. I'm extremely skeptical. Yeah, like... And I'm also skeptical for, like, the Lord of the Rings thing. You just... How many times have you seen somebody mess with... Yeah, sure, heal everybody, whatever. How many times have you seen people mess with a good thing and it actually came out as good or better? You know? Aang and Team Avatar as adults. It would be nice if it finally covered that Zuko thing with his mom. Gasp? Dart, you don't have to keep talking. You don't seem to be one of the Menintos. Look at her closely. It's the girl in the room we came from. Oh. She's the girl who disappeared into the wall, isn't she? Yes, Dart. Hi, what are you doing here? Dart. This girl doesn't know about you yet. What are you talking about? Let me go. She's Claire. She's inviting me. Sorry, but please wait for me here. Claire is his runaway daughter, remember? He's right, the girl was inviting him, not you. We can only wait. Okay, but as with Miranda, what's going on in the moon? Yeah, there's a comic about Zuko's mom. It's actually kind of nice. I'm hopeful for Rings of Power. I'm a little torn. Like, obviously I'll still watch it, or at least give it a chance, but... It seems like they're really trying to be faithful to the original stuff. Claire, is it you? It's me, your father. So remember, he's been looking for his daughter for like 20 or 25 years. Don't come here, I hate you, Dad. Claire. Always strict discipline. What can I use such a thing for? The power to destroy? The power to hurt people? I don't need such power. I strictly disciplined you since you were little. I only had you. I had to hand my art, this ancestral art, down to the next generation. It's not fair. I just want to sing songs, chit-chat with my friends, pick flowers, and fall in love. Our art was never meant to hurt people. It's a martial art to give life to people. Please understand. I don't understand. The Claire fight is super, super weird. There's like baby noises. It's just weird. Do you remember the first time we matched wills? You read my movement in a blink and went on the offensive with swiftness. It was an innate art. I don't think so. I'm just a girl like the ones you can find anywhere. No, you can surpass me. Nobody has been charmed by the war god as much as you. Your hidden power. It's hot inside my body. Help me. Somebody's taking me. Claire, what's wrong? So, like, the moon is kind of messing with them, right? Because now she's a manifestation of the war god that he just talked about. God, his additions are hard. I suck. I suck at his additions. She's gonna heal halfway, so I'm not using the psych bomb until we get there. This is so hard. Alright, I'm just blasting items. We're not gonna be here for half an hour, let's be real. I know it attacks everybody. We basically only have attack all items left. So, whatever. Please do a lot of damage. Although, is she non-element or is she thunder like him? I bet she's thunder like him and I just wasted that. I didn't actually check. She was. Oh, I'm such a dum-dum. Ah! Lindsay Ellis is such a good content creator, by the way. Fine, have meteor fall. I want this fight over as fast as possible. This is like one of the worst ones. Oh, and I'm not even mashing good! Oh, 208, really? 260! Claire, you're the worst! So, if we also key in real quick on the fact that he said to Dart, she doesn't know you yet, it's because we kind of discovered that Claire is Dart's mom. I hate you, Dad. You did this to my body. It's your fault. Yeah, transmigration of the War God. I don't know what you're talking about. Is she demonized? Incredible. Nobody's ever reached that level except the founder. This attack hurts like hell. It always takes you to 1. So Claire's Dart's mom. Not even gonna read that. How did Claire learn this? Which would make him Dart's grandpa, right? Am I doing that right? Is this fight going good or bad? It's going fine. I'm playing modded so that I can't die just by loss of HP. They have to do special instant kill attacks in order to kill me. Just because I like this game but don't really want to think about the RPG elements too much. So we're literally just trying to do enough damage to win. Like, that's it. And it just happens to be that I both suck with his attacks and she takes almost no damage. But yeah, I just remember this fight being agonizing, like, every time. I'm just gonna use the Psych Bomb. Please, for the love of God, do more than 200 damage. Oh, I poured, like, everything I had into that. Yes! Die, little girl. There's nothing I can do. I am the War God. I preside over the art of war and beckon death. It was your desire to awaken me. I am the answer to your long quest. No, you are my Claire. You are not the War God. Leave from the body of my Claire. So the thing is, like, we saw... I can hear it's the pained voice of Claire. Hang in there, I'm coming to save you. We saw her die. Like, we know that Claire is dead, and that's why he hasn't been able to find her, even though he searched the entire world for his daughter that ran away. Because she's Dart's mom, and nobody survived neat except for Sister Luana and Dart. I feel your art down to my very core. Claire, please forgive me. How can I exercise this? Being obsessed by martial arts has made my precious daughter endure this suffering. Forgive me. So yeah, like, Claire ran back into the burning town to try to save people, and she didn't make it back out, so we know what happened to her. Also, that Psych Bomb made this so much faster. Which is great. Half the main cast in the the Lord of the Rings thing that you're looking at, or in Legend of Dragoon, since we're spending time with characters we almost never see. I will never once do this edition before this fight is over. I don't care about myself. I have to save my daughter. I'll focus all my body and soul into this and kill the devil that possesses my Claire. Get wrecked, fam! Finally, okay. Thank you, Dad. We're done! Thank goodness. Yeah, sometimes... And I think that's a big problem with a lot of RPGs. You kind of don't remember a lot of people if they're not on your team, right? Forgive me, Claire. Is it over? You also saw the past? Yes, I did, but the past wasn't as bitter as I imagined. I don't know, your daughter said she hated you. It seems everything, both the future and past, are in the moon. Good job, translator. Future when the world will be destroyed. And our past. Both Miranda and Hazel were made to see the past by the moon, right? They see. As I told you, we're in reality. This is not an illusion. Maybe they can do it because they're the 108th species and gods. Let's move on. We wasted lots of time. We sure did. Let's go. Yeah, it's honestly nice to get those two done first. Those are the worst. I remember Miranda because she saved us from Shanna. Yeah, that's literally her only purpose. At least in my mind. Oh, I actually went the wrong way. Well, we'll get the item that's over here now. But do I care? Maybe I care. Maybe I care a little bit. So that was a big deal. Yeah, Hazel at least was the one. We met him on disc 1 at the hero competition. He and Dart used to travel together, and then he's like, I'm searching the world for my long-lost daughter. And that was his whole thing for coming with us. He's master of the martial arts. The city that we were in before we went to Aglis was his hometown. But basically, he and Miranda are the ones that we hear from the least. And they're done, so that's nice. Everything that we do now will be more relevant to characters that we actually see a lot. Except for Kongol, of course, but we know Kongol. He's a big boy. Where the heck? Yeah, it's just this. Ooh. Alright, I'm actually glad we came to get that. Flash Hall is a good all attack. Oh no, I'm thinking Spectral Flash. Flash Hall is a single attack. Still alright. Hi, Morty. It's a unicorn. But yeah, I'm basically gonna try to get us through through these little encounters as fast as possible, because once we get through each person's individual counters, like, that's it. We are standing in front of the final boss. So ugh, that's a yucky place for a counterattack. I want to grind out their additions for a little bit, because y'all prepare yourselves. The final boss has, I think, 7 phases. And if you're trying to fight that boss, like, unironically, without the mods, and you have to actually worry about keeping yourself alive. As a kid, it regularly took me like 45 minutes or something. Yeah, Blazing Dynamo feels good. I like that attack. But since we know that it's the final boss, like, I'm unloading everything that I have on him. There's no sense in, you know, saving items and stuff anymore. And items do a lot of good damage against him. Plus we'll have some other stuff that we do not currently have that will help us. Okay. Oh, big yawn, Morty! Big one! Good job. Thanks, villain. Okay, get me the heck out of here. Al should be next. I don't want random encounters. Don't do it to me. Oh man, like, baby voice is my only method of speaking to the reptiles. Bye, Mort. I am going to check out... Is it you? You know... I knew that this would be the item shop vendor. Kind of want one of these, honestly. Because, as sad as it is, this is the woman. The man is always the weapon shop person. Hey, buddy. No, I did actually want items. I'm gonna try to make this as strong as possible, because then fights will take less time. What we got? I'm sorry. Why is Dart's attack at 2? Dart, why is your attack at 2? My friend. Good God. Why is your attack at 2? Yes, I want to be armed with this. That halberd is massive, yes. Oh, this is huge, yes. Oh, I should have had this destroyer mace. I forgot that this was here. Becomes powerful inversely to HP, so you let Claire hit you, you go down to 1, and then you just do absolutely wrecking damage. And then everybody's Dragoon armor, which is cool. Raises magical attack power. Oh, attack badges. I have enough as well. Yes, everybody's getting, well, everybody who matters is getting an attack badge. Okay, we just spent like $1 million. But we are so much stronger now. Turd's been wailing at enemies with his bleeding fingertips for the whole game. He's been using the inflatable sword. The Chuck E. Cheese sword. Why was his attack 2? He had the heat blade. I gave him the heat blade. It's not like I've forgotten to give him weapons for the entire game. Dart, you absolute dunce. Okay, Al is not next, I guess. If you say so. I do say so. Remember when we were fighting the Wendigo and he was making like explodey spark things whenever he attacked? It was because he had the heat blade. Oh man, we're gonna do so much damage. I'm so excited about this. Oh, 244 is not so much damage. Don't let me down! Ow! You're my favorite character. Yes. Has he been making explodey effects recently? Well, we haven't been fighting anything that's water type, okay? Oops, I messed that up. Rose's trauma monster is one of my favorites. Very cool. If it helps you remember, Rose and Dart kind of do theirs together. Like they're both in the same party at the time. I'm messing up in weird places today throughout all these editions. Kinda odd, but whatever. Level 35-ish. Decent place to be. For the end of the game. 40 is obviously better, but we didn't do like the other Dragoons and stuff, so we didn't go back to Velweb. What's this? The ground is so far away. Are we floating in the air? You can stand up. It seems there's an invisible floor. Are we really in the sky? It looks like it, because this is a cloud. Even I've never been in such a high place. Really, anything can happen. Don't just look at the view forever, we're moving on. Okay. So we're gonna split the party. Which is bad. Never split the party. It's Michael! I couldn't have been mistaken. I was with him for more than 10,000 years. Is that your dragon, Rose? It was the vassal dragon, my dragon. Yeah, we get to meet Rose's dragon. He's handsome. Shooting some laser beams, as you do. And Dart, you know, went off by himself. Like a bingus. Thank you, subtitles, for not correctly doing bingus, but writing bangus, which I don't know what that is, but it was pretty close. They're not around here. It's Dart and Rose. They should be fine, like us. Of course, it's impossible for them to die from just an attack of a dragon. She called it Michael. Why did Rose's vassal dragon attack us? This is just my guess, but in the moon, I think some sort of feeling that exists in our hearts materializes itself. You mean Rose had some caring feelings for her dragon? I flew around here, and don't you think this place seems like the home of Gigantos? Yes, but this was old Holy Land, long, long ago. There's one hiding down here, don't miss even one. Annihilate all the Gigantos. Yeah, sorry, we get to be party to a little bit of genocide real quick. Hey, Dole's coming, run. So this is Emperor Dole, remember? He was the one who was in charge of Kongol before he joined our team, and he's Albert's uncle. There will be no one to devastate the Holy Land of Gigantos ever. But Your Majesty Dole, we may be too late. Only if His Majesty Carlo gives us permission to dispatch. Don't talk about him, he's no longer alive. Because I murdered him. Your Majesty Dole, there's something in here. Come out. A Giganto child? I'm the new king of Serdio, Dole. There are no more people to persecute you. You can live in peace from now on. What's your name? Human, get out. Don't be so disrespectful. His Majesty Dole tried to help the Gigantos fight against humans. I'm a human, but before that, I'm a man who wishes the coexistence of all species. Don't you like peace? Me, Kongol. Everybody dead. Kongol alone. Then come with us. Is this something in Kongol's heart? And is that the truth of my uncle? He's a little upset. I have something to do. I go now. This is the only time in the game we get to be Albert. I'm so excited. Yeah, Dole said all lives matter. That's literally like his whole platform. Uh-huh. Like, his whole political platform was all lives matter, so he would just kill the people that were convenient. Because, you know. And he wouldn't come to the defense of the people who actually needed it. What are you doing, buddy? Go hit on those ladies, Al. Oh, Morty, you getting a drinky? Emperor Dole said strong leader is required to make equal world. Strong leader needs strong power. Congo will get strongest power. Dart needs Congo, so Congo will go. Congo, what are you talking about? Wait for him here. And she's like, aw, shucks. So, you came. Brother, I became stronger. I see. This is Congo's brother, Indora. It's someone who looks at you like I look at Morty. Brother, the strongest. Congo will admire brother. Brother, Congo's pride. I see. Brother, Congo needs power to help Dart, to save world. I see. Brother, Congo overcomes now. Congo overcomes brother. So yeah, obviously this is Congo's trial. I love that we're getting the people out of the way that we don't care about as much, so that we can solely focus later on the ones who are on our team. Congo should be equipped with his better edition and the best weapon that I could find for him, so I've been preparing for this. What's wrong with you? You're so pathetically weak. So, Indora always counterattacks if you fail your addition, which is kind of cool. We're gonna Psych Bomb him. He doesn't really have any capacity to heal. So we're just gonna try to get this fight over with ASAP. Yeah, 216. I really wish I could get closer to 230. Still, 1400. That was really good. You should be at least in yellow. Yeah, I think that, like, honestly, this game... A lot of thought was put into this game, you know? I appreciate what they've done, even if it's fairly clunky. And the translation is bad. Imagine how much more heart these characters would have if you could understand what they were saying all the time. Or like if you weren't drawn out of the world. Like your immersion broken by the bad translation. Yeah, he's red. Oh, we are doing so good. Yeah, it was made with care, and I think the team, like, really put effort into it. They're saying there's some news about Legend of Dragoon. Most people are assuming it's just that it's gonna come to PS Now or whatever. But I would like to think that it's gonna get a remake. That would make me obviously very happy. Hey Mort, welcome back to your cave. Yeah, that was super easy. So we get Endora's axe, not like we need it anymore. Kongol, a hero, the strongest hero of Gigantos. Brother, go to the people who need your power. Brother, Kongol is... To fulfill desire is the power of destruction. To care for others is the power of truth. You received the power to overcome Endora, the strongest power. Kongol, the pride of Endora. Well done. What is this? The Dragoon spirit of the Golden Dragon. It's for you. So on disc 4, very briefly before we end the game, Kongol gets his Dragoon spirit. You conquered it, didn't you? Brother praised Kongol. First time for Kongol to praise. Kongol happy. Hi, husbando, what's up? Hold on, let me close my captions so that we don't capture my screen here. Yep, I got you, bro. I got you. Hold on. I gotcha. Tell me if that doesn't work, okay? In Twitch chat again. It's okay. It's alright. Of course it's alright. Good luck, my dear. Hi, husbando. Big fan. Given that I did just send that over Messenger, though, might want to change it. I don't know. Maybe that's more trouble than it's worth. Alright. It's not a moon anymore. It's the flesh of the god of destruction. And what the god of destruction wants to show us is annihilation. Yay, it worked! I'm glad! Whatever you were doing, yay! Let me know if you need anything else, my dear. We're looking for Dart and Rose, but I don't actually remember what's down here. So obviously this is... where we lost the Dragoon spirit on disc 2. If you remember, Mappy stole it from Dart and then it ended up down in that, like, trash heap with the bandits. So that's where Kongol's memory lasted. Let's get out of here. I'm going the wrong way, apparently. I always feel bad because I miss Husbando's messages because the way that the captioning tool that I use works, I can't have, like, I can't look at other windows besides the captions while I'm streaming. So sometimes I miss his messages like that. Okay, now it should be Al's turn. Even though we're supposed to be looking for Dart. Back through here once again. We couldn't find Dart anywhere. Totally didn't look because it doesn't actually matter, does it? Maybe it's better to wait for them somewhere rather than just blindly looking around. Then let's wait here. This town's the only place there are lots of people. Seems that's the right thing to do. Okay, it is Dart. Jeez, I don't remember what order these things happen in, clearly. So they're gonna wait there. I understand. Watch this little floaty dragon that's coming across from the left. I love this so much and it's so easy to miss. He gets to right here. Yoink. The thing just grabs him and eats him. I understand that we lost everybody because the dragon attacked us, but why? Why did your dragon attack us, Rose? Was it to bring the two of us here? The place filled with dragons? Yeah, just yoink. Grabbed it. I think we'll find out soon. Let's go. Either to destroy the Virage embryo or to fight against Sieg. I need everybody with me. Don't be so shocked. I trust everybody too. Yay! Two friends on an adventure. Rose, what are these? This is a baby dragon. It was called a pseudo-dragon. Is that really a baby dragon? Or is that an orb with legs? It seems everything, including the future and past, exist here. My favorite pseudo-dragons didn't make it to the present age, and I'm encountering the past now. We don't have time to be sentimental. Let's go. Okay, we are totally finishing this game today. We can do it. Update. I had to find a button to click in a dark back alley and I got mugged a couple times. Cheville, it sounds like you're having a hard time. Is there anything I can do to help? Now I got my 4 items. Man, so you're working on trying to get like a set of things to display correctly together, right? And not like be pushed further down the page. Because that's a pain in the ass. I know exactly how you feel. Cannot carry any more items. I disagree. What we got? Oh, it wasn't even the War God's Amulet that did what I thought it did. Spirit Potion, don't need it. Gimme. Yeah! All I want is like a bunch of items for the final boss. Okay, here we go. I knew it. I know this place. It's where I met Michael for the first time. Darkness Dragon, sorry, we don't have time. Winglies are mighty enough to annihilate us and the entire species. And obviously Sieg is here with us. In order to liberate humans, we have to sacrifice you, dragon. Now is the time to decide, extinction or war. We choose war. Look at the little baby dragon, who actually looks like a dragon for once. The Dragoon spirit left by the Darkness Dragon and this newborn dragon will be the spearhead of the war. This baby needs a name. Blackburst Dragon Michael. How about Michael? Yep. That's a lot of names, bro. It's Michael. It's a good name. So now we can go. Yes. The real war has not started yet. Michael, don't you recognize me? Oh, he's just a little grumpy is all. So I really like Michael because he's like one of the only dragons in the game that actually looks like a dragon, and he's pretty cool. So sadly, as you will see, we can't do any damage to him. So unfortunately, we can't make this fight go any faster than it's going to. The fastest thing we can do is just guard. We don't need additions anymore, like I'm not gonna really farm additions here. Michael, it's me, Rose. Don't you recognize me? It seems not to be working. It's out of control just like last time. He forgot the pride of the dragon and turned himself into a mere raving beast. It has a wildness even beyond that of Fairbrand. We can try to do Hardblade. Because I know I can do this edition. I usually play with Rose instead of Maru, so I'm positive I can do this. But we've never seen Hardblade because we took Rose off the team before she learned it. Oh, I almost had it. So yeah, we're not gonna grind out additions on this. We just have to wait until he becomes vulnerable. Boy, I swear to God I can do this edition. I don't know why it's being such a pain. What a dragon. It yields to neither sword nor magic. The Darkness Dragon is the strongest dragon of all, having the best attack and defense along with the best agility. I don't need to hear about it. Is there any way to defeat him? There. I did it. Come on, Michael. Michael's shell is special armor for the Darkness Dragon. It repels any attack by the enemy. What should we do? There's only one blind spot. What is it? See, she keeps like putting it off. She doesn't actually want to hurt him, which is why she doesn't want to talk about it. Come on, buddy. I love this fight. Here we go. I love this fight even though it just takes like a set amount of time, you know? Oh, really? So we don't get to. He's vulnerable after he uses his laser, but because Rose hasn't said so, we don't get to attack it yet. Yeah, we have to tell him the blind spot. After he shoots the black laser, his defense falls a second, showing his heart. That's his only weak spot. Weak spot. W-E-E-K. And it's not there, sadly. Even though he did just shoot his laser. So obviously if you want to farm additions, Michael is a great option. Because you can just literally make the fight go on forever. If you have... There's... something... I think it's near Kamui, maybe? Or maybe you get it from the Kamui boss fight. Plus Rose's, like, Dark Dragoon armor. Michael basically can't touch you. So you can just farm all of Rose's additions in one fight. Come on, buddy. I need you to use your laser beam, okay? I think that Michael is the type, just like Wendigo, where once his vulnerability opens, no matter how much you do to it, it still only does 1, and it only has a health of like 4 or something. But just in case, we're gonna throw the Psych Bomb as soon as his vulnerability shows up. See if we can end the fight in one hit. Here we go. So yeah, it's showing 2 targets now because his vulnerability is revealed. Yeah, 216-ish. Hopefully it does actual damage. That's gonna make it faster, but... Oh, it did! It did do actual damage. Sick. I could just throw an item. Ugh, that was exactly what I didn't want. Okay, we got him though. So yeah, we basically ended the fight in 1 turn once he showed his vulnerability. Sorry, Michael. Dragon's body is capable of enormous endurance, but its heart is not. After many fights, it becomes savage and starts to blindly attack people, and in the end it won't listen to the orders of Dragoons either. That's why I killed Michael. I killed him with these hands. That's enough of looking back at the past. You've lived for 10,000 years because you didn't want to see the future be destroyed, right? You're right. Thank you. You reminded me of what's important. Let's look for Albert and the others, then we have to head to the core of the moon. Yeah, they're all very lax about, you know, getting to the moon in an orderly and timely fashion. Mostly they just don't seem to care. Alright, get me out of here. So that's 2 characters. The only people we have left are Al and Maru. Al is definitely 100% next. I'm positive. Because Maru's the last one. We're gonna Psych Bomb this guy because this guy has a massive amount of health for some reason. I remember this. Wow, I only got like 202 or something. This is getting even worse. Oh, the lizard treats! I completely forgot the previous lizard treats. Let me go give Mort some schnackos real quick. Oh look, flawless. I remember how to use her after all. Hey, thanks for immediately waking her up again. Yeah, Dart basically doesn't have his own trauma monster, which it kind of makes sense lore-wise, why he joins Rose. Because his trauma monster used to be the Black Monster, who is Rose, right? So he already dealt with that in the Death Frontier by confronting Rose directly. And so, in some way, helping Rose do this is assisting his trauma monster to get what it wants, you know? I would argue that a lot of other traumatic things have happened to him, but... like, you know, his family dying. What's that? People can have more than one trauma? It's called symmetry, Cheville. Everybody has one trauma, they deal with it, and then their lives are perfect, okay? This thing has so much life. Just let me leave. I don't know why I'm falling off the bandwagon for Blazing Dynamo. If only it worked that way, for real. Triceratops. My man. Go away. We're like 2 steps from the door. Okay, geez. Do or do not, Ceratops. There is no try, Ceratops. Thank you for that wisdom, Master Yoda. We're here! Hey! Everybody. Some of us got oops all trauma. We were right about waiting here. All of you look alright. Of course, we cannot fall until we complete our mission. Now, before we leave, let's exchange information. Al, I just want to go to the palace. Gotta send Sancho this, he'll love it. You're right, he will. I see. Dole was in the home of Gigantos to save Gigantos. It wasn't the cruel uncle we've known. But it's that Dole who killed King Carlo. I think we'll find out what the moon wants to show us when we meet Dole. Besides, I think we have to see it in order to proceed, given the facts so far. Rose breaking the fourth wall here for a second. That's right, let's go out to town now. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Out to the town. Ah, for Pete's sake. Reconstitute my party here. Put Maru in the right order this time. Come on, Al. I'm Albert. Is Uncle Dole in? I've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Please go ahead. Okay. I am gonna give Mort his schnackos right now. Pretty sure it... Whoopsie. Was Villain who cashed one in, and then Sokasa. So I will give Mort his delicious blueberries. I will be right back. Okay. Mort's a little grumpy, just for right now. That how dare I, stuck my hand in his face. Right, but he'll notice those blueberries in a little bit. Let me go alone from here. I've been waiting for you, Albert. You've been waiting? Then it's simple, you must know the reason why I'm here. You're here to find out the truth about whether I assassinated your father, my brother, and the reason. I would say it was to save Sergio from an incompetent leader named Carlo. My father was not incompetent. He was loved by his people and admired by his vassals. You were a mere 6-year-old kid back then. How could you know? What was brought on the people by overtaxation and disorder? What can ministers soaked in corruption do? You've been given false truths, so how could you know? Even if it was the truth, you shouldn't have killed him. I guess you won't be satisfied with words. Defeat me to find out the rest. Alright, I think... Pretty sure Dole is one of the ones where you can't use Dragoon. Or, like, it might mess it up if you do, so I'm not gonna take the chance. Plus, we're dispirited anyway, so... I think... Yeah, you can't even attack Dole until you kill both of his swords. So sure. God, that's so much damage. Al is so good. Yeah, Mort does not care right now. Oh, that's broken already? Albert is so strong. Uncle Dole, why did you eliminate my father? He broke that in one hit. It's obvious the people of Sergio wanted me. They desired my power as the true leader. It's not true. What people desire is not power, it's peace. Who do you think brought peace? Who do you think brought order and hope back to Sergio? Peace cannot be maintained without power. You oppressed people with your power. How much value can we give to such a transient peace? What people need is... I don't need to hear about things like justice or love. Power alone does not solve anything. The ideals and reality are different. Wake up, Uncle. You're so persistent. So Al's story is literally just like the Lion King. Which is Hamlet, right? Oh, sad. I messed up. I was gonna use the Psych Bomb since it hits more than one thing. But now it feels like it would have been a waste to use it during this phase, since those swords are fairly squishy, apparently. Yeah, rest in pieces. Literally, haha. I cannot believe this. How can someone as helpless as you be this powerful? You wouldn't understand this, Uncle. You've had faith only in your own power. What did you say? I'm different from you and I'm not alone. My friends have always been at my side during the many occasions when I was dispirited. Like now, when I have the dispirited status, I've overcome difficulties. Silly. When I young, my father would often say that he didn't have quite the stature to be king. Without Dole, he couldn't do anything. He also said that it is you who is most likely to take the throne. What did he see in me? My father trusted in you. If you had gotten together and governed the country, this tragedy never would have happened. I'm a mere shadow of Carlo. I have no way left but to go forward. Translation here is rough, fam. Can't make a Hamlet without breaking dads. Cheville, I'm not convinced that you are not just an alt account for Sancho. Almost exactly, villain. Alright, buddy. Get psych bombed. Just French, Sancho. I expected him to talk to me there. Sad. Yeah, he's in red. Get wrecked, bro. Al is impossibly strong.
Blossom Storm.
We killed Dole in 4 hits. Including his 2 swords. Why? Why doesn't my power work? Why am I losing even though my power exceeds yours? For Lavitz who devoted himself to me and fell, for knights who fell in battle, I have to win for them. Absurd, you're saying I've been wrong. I lost so many people in battle. In my times of deep sorrow and despair, my many friends like Dart imparted to me courage and strength. I see, you're not fighting alone, that's why I cannot defeat you. I've been unwise to become infatuated by power, but I have no regrets. Carlo, the king's last words, were to take care of this country and you. We have different ways, but they led to the same intention. As a man who grieves for the country, the rest depends on you. Flower is an interesting way to spell blossom, right? Sometimes it almost feels like Al was like an add-on character that they added later in the process. Because a lot, you saw in that fight with all the typos and everything, like a lot of the typos happen around him. It was the sad truth, wasn't it? But the annihilation of the world will generate a sadness equal to the number of living people. Mort, there's blueberries! Eat your blueberries, Mort! To be fair, I've been making all of that reptile food the last couple days, and whenever I have, like, not quite enough to fit in a cupcake tin or whatever, I give it to him. So he's eaten a decent amount in the last couple days. I won't let it. I'll save both the world and Shanna. We're here for that. Stop changing my party. And he's very good. He hates blackberries. And I put blackberries in the, Hey, Temp, thanks for the lurk. Enjoy. Hope you're doing good today. Mort hates blackberries, and I put blackberries in some of those muffins, not all of them. And I gave him a muffin yesterday, and I came back this morning and just see all of the, like, blackberry chunks just still sitting on the plate. He picks them up and then, like, sucks all the food off of them and then spits them out. Thanks, Temp, for the lizard treats. And a lizard wizard. What will you do with your phenomenal cosmic power? Enjoy being a lizard wizard. We have many lizard wizards this week, I feel. In other news, Troy's off to his first work function, and I'm like a proud mom sending her kid off to the first day of school. Well, I hope it goes well. People kind of rag on, you know, mandatory work things, but sometimes they're fun. Sometimes they're nice. Is it possible to undispirit Al? Sure. I could. Be safe, make friends. Don't be a bully! I should have killed the other thing, because technically it has an instant death, if it really wants to. Really, Temp? It was just for fun. I didn't even think people would like it, because it would either be like, you couldn't see what I was doing, or like I would be far away from the mic, or whatever. But it was fun, and we got it done. Oh, well thank you. I appreciate it. From all of you. I didn't know that it would be something that fun. Oops, that was very bad, but whatever. Reptile parenting is kind of a full-time job. If you do it right. Ooh, a Spectre Flash, gimme. Yes, I want this instead of, this. Plus, like, I just like talking. I'm one of those people who could just talk forever about things that I know about. So streams like that are, like, perfect for me. What is that? Incredible. I can't believe there's a palace more beautiful than the Crystal Palace. That's the Palace of the Winglies. Could not be made with human technology. Let's go. The path vanished? Bye! See, Viv, I wish that I could show you figure skating as well, because I love figure skating. Even though Yuzuru Hanyu just recently retired, but like, whatever. He wasn't even my favorite anyway. But sadly, I can't get permission for that like I have for sumo, so... What are you doing? Oh, where is everybody? The Archangel, why are you here? Muru, I know everything. You threw the pride of the sublime Winglies away, and have been with barbaric humans, haven't you? Archangel, humans are not barbaric. They have many good things, which we Winglies don't have. Silence. Fine, Muru. I will make you remember the sublime spirit of a Wingly. So I like how everybody else is like, yeah, I'm gonna fight my brother, I'm gonna fight my uncle. And Maru's like, I'm gonna fight my god. I'm going to fight the god of my entire race. I think Archangel heals, I don't remember. That was good damage though. Rose fought a dinosaur because she's old. Okay, here's the dealery-do, Archangel. I want this to go as fast as possible, so I don't care if you heal. That's so much damage. Archangel, you're not even gonna have a chance to say your piece, my friend. Get wrecked. Wake up, Maru. You've already seen the reality of arrogant and ignoble humans. Archangel, humans can never be ignoble creatures. They help each other when they're in trouble, even if they don't know each other. And above all, they have hopes and dreams. Silly, humans are feeble-minded even more than you would think. We have to rule them, or eventually they'll cease to exist. I don't think so. All the lives in this world are equal. We shouldn't rule or be ruled. Silence. Oh yeah! We get our elephants! It's like a three-headed elephant thing. Oh, it's just great. Yep. You weren't ready for that, were ya? Have you forgotten what we've accomplished? We've stabilized a chaotic world and saved tribes that would otherwise be extinct. Really? Once there was 107 species and half no longer exist. Our rule prevents the subversion of the world. That's wrong, because there were species that were stamped out during the Winglies' domination. They were meant to be extinct from the beginning. You liar, you destroyed them because they rebelled against the Winglies. A heretic like you disturbs our ordered world. Shut up. Maru's such a badass. She's great. She literally just told God to shut up. You're not real. You're an invented god so they can justify themselves, Archangel. It's not true. I'm a reflection of your mind. Disdain for humans in your mind created me. That's not true. I don't believe it. Don't lie to yourself. You think you can continue to deceive yourself playing a fool like that? Don't tell me crazy things. So you can see like we're only doing one attack at a time in between when it's talking to me. So it's dead. It just has to get through its text, you know? It has a certain number of texts that it has to speak before it dies. So Archangel is long dead, it just needs to get through the rest of its stuff. Mood. And see, here we're talking again. I love humans. I adore Dart, Shanna, and the others. Well, that's your first mistake. This is real. Maru, get out of my sight. I love humans. Yeah, like, she's by far one of the best characters to play as far as, like, getting her story and understanding her. She has one of the more, like, appealing storylines, I feel like. Maru, are you okay? Of course I am. Let's go. Yes, let's. We're done with all of that, which means it's time. Yep. So now we get to hear this is the final couple rooms of the game. We're gonna fight a couple bosses, game's gonna be over. What's going on here? It's different from any part of the world we've known. I love the aesthetic of this place so much. Indeed, the places we've been looked like places on Earth, but this is a completely different world. Don't tell me this is the core of the moon? This look is appropriate for the world of the Virage Embryo, god of destruction to be born. Let's hurry up. If this is our destination, my dad should be heading here too. Pretty sure he would have been here 6 years ago based on how much time you guys have spent just fiddle farting around. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean in the previous room where, like, as you walk through the floor... oh, this thing can kill us. I just want to leave. Please run. Thank you. Where the floor, like, slowly started to display the original moon that never sets. when it's not red. Because, like, if we go back, you see, like, I don't know if this is a painting or if this is supposed to be showing, like, a snapshot of real life trapped on the architecture, or, like, what is going on, you know? With the bowl of soup and everything that was showing. Alright. So it begins. We actually made it to the end of the game. I didn't want to have an encounter before we went in here, so... My world, my future, my heart. Who is it? My world, my future, my heart. It's talking directly to our minds. Start. Is it Shanna? Well, look at that face. Clearly that's Shanna. We got this big old eyeball, couple eyeballs on the side, little tubey mouth. It's exactly what I remember Shanna looking like. Hi, buddy. What's this? It's a super barrage. I guess he's acting as a gatekeeper to protect the god of destruction. I don't care what's waiting for us. It was really, really funny because as a kid, I remember this fight being really hard. Because we fought that optional barrage in Hidessa, the Forbidden Land. The one that did the countdown from 10 and then just shot a bunch of lasers and it would have killed everybody. And that one, you know, did just a load of damage. And so I remember this one being hard because he does that like all the time without warning. And so as a kid, this guy killed me a lot. And when Husbando came here for the first time, I was like, okay, you gotta be really careful. This barrage is like super, super strong. And he killed it in like 3 turns. Which I think is basically what we're about to do as well. The head probably has less HP than the body, if we're being real. And if either the head or the body dies, the whole thing should die. The other thing about this guy that makes him hard is that with the first one that we fought, you could kill the cannon, and then it wouldn't be able to shoot you anymore. You can't kill the cannon on this one, you can only kill the arm. Whoopsie. So yeah, just absolutely no warning. There's the cannon. Sadly, we still didn't really get to level up their additions too much. Schmack. I want to save items for the final boss. So we're not gonna use... maybe we'll use one item. Maybe we'll use like a gravity grabber. But of course Al gets to attack because he's strong. Look at that! God, that's so much damage! Well, you know, if I could finish her addition, Maru has higher damage potential than Dart, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's... I could have sworn I had a gravity grabber, but whatever. Oh, that was nothing. Garbage. Come on, buddy. Husbando killed you so fast. As long as we get Al's additions off, that's really all that matters. All he's doing is this laser. Like, bro, you have other attacks. He can, like, stomp and make the ceiling fall down on you. And all sorts of stuff. Oh, really? On the final one? I didn't follow everything. Are we beating Shanna up yet? No. This guy's the gatekeeper before we get to Shanna. Kaboom! I've been watching this for weeks and I have no idea what's going on 99% of the time. Yeah, you kinda... I feel like every time that we play, we accomplish something that's absolutely critical. So if you miss even like one little chunk, it starts to all kind of unravel, you know? Plus, it helps that I've played this dozens and dozens of times, so I don't even think about the story anymore. Yeah, watching while you work is a big factor for sure. Was the Super Farage that we defeated in reality Shanna? I don't think so. But Dart, why are you asking that after you killed it? Why are you so sure? Well... Dart, pull yourself together. Yeah, that's about all you need to know, villain. We're trying to stop Dart's dad from combining Shanna with the moon, because those two things together will cause a horrible god of destruction to be born. That's about it. We spent a lot of time trying to protect the moon, and after that didn't work, we just came to the moon to come kick his butt instead. Detonate arrow. Don't need it. This music now is the, you know, the spooky Wingly music? That's whenever it's used for, like, large global threats caused by the Winglies. Alright, this is the room where the final boss takes place, so there's Shanna. Hi, Dad. He stole my Dragoon spirit. You don't deserve to use spirits. I mean, he was the original Dragoon, why not? You say it even after this? The Red-Eyed Dragon still recognizes you. This is the truth. And the annihilation of the world is about to occur as the truth as well. Dad, stop it. Get some help. The power is not generated for that. Everything was born to die. It's the same for spirits or the world. Learn through your body. I have no idea what that means. Whatever, we get to fight Zeeg. Cool. We've been chasing him this entire time. He's been the Lloyd of our journey after we actually encountered Lloyd. His sword is sick. I love his sword. So Dart doesn't have a Dragoon spirit right now. And we get to beat up Daddy. So he'll be using the same attacks that Dart has access to. Zeeg's final burst, I would argue, is way cooler than Dart's, and Dart's is pretty cool. Dart, I have no confidence that you're actually going to do any damage, so... part of the reason that these psych bombs are doing so much damage, by the way, is because I bought that, like, attack bangle thing. What's wrong with you, Dark? You're so pathetically weak. This is Final Burst. It's very cool. So yeah, we get to fight like the original hero of humanity. Which is sort of epic. And he's not a squid this time. Darn, this is my father's power. You can say damn, it's okay. Dart, nobody's gonna yell at you. Zeke's not that hard. Like, he doesn't have a huge health pool or anything, unlike what's coming next. Flame shot. Why would you use that when you have unlimited access to Final Burst? But Zeke's fairly smart. It's nice. Usually he'll go for attacks on Maru if she's in your party, because she's the opposite element. So it's nice to see a little bit of like adaptive thinking on the part of the enemy, you know? Whoopsie, messed that up right at the end. Alright, Al, you're the one that counts. Those counterattacks suck. They throw you off every time. So Shanna's, in the meantime, behind Zeeg, caught up in this weird ball thing. It occurs to me that this could also count as Dart's trauma monster. That's very true. I never thought about it like that, since it's like separated by the Virage from the rest of the trauma monsters. But you're right, because like obviously this is kind of a big thing for him. I like that theory more. In which case, everybody did get a chance to fight the trauma monster on the moon. Everyone using trauma monster fills me with glee. It was like a perfect descriptor. It works so perfectly. Haha, you didn't think I was gonna get that, but it's me, Dio. Yeah, you in yellow. You ain't nothing. Doing perky stuff just it fills me with such joy. Because it's so complex. It feels so good to pull off. Blazing Dynamo isn't actually that hard. I just like need to pay attention, you know? Also, shoutouts to the PlayStation that hasn't flickered for quite a while, knock on wood. Now it's gonna start doing it constantly. Stop changing the camera, Zeeg. Like, she is all over the place for that. But do we want to switch back to the other one for the final boss? I don't know. I'll have to check her stats before we go in. Because Zeeg doesn't immediately lead to the final boss. You have a chance to talk to all your party members. I mean, this is an RPG. Of course you get the chance to talk to all your party members before you go into the point of no return for the final boss, right? Yes, I love it when the moves are the same. Like when we fought Lavitz earlier and he was like still using his additions. Just little things like that are so nice. And it's why I don't like that like Lennis didn't share any of the moves with Maru, right? Or like Graham didn't share any moves with Lavitz or Albert. That doesn't make sense to me. Because like I wanted to be able to do what Graham did. And I also wish, I don't know why they did it this way. I wish that the dragons that you summon actually looked like the dragons as you encountered them in the world. You know, like I wish that Maru's blue dragon looked like Rigol. And I don't know why it doesn't. Uh-oh, he's using his dragon. The big dragon with the rocket launchers, remember? I would have stopped it. I wish the dragons they summon looked like dragons. That's fair. Surprisingly, it was Al who got wrecked by that and not Maru. Stop changing my camera. That should be it. Based on his animations, yeah. Cool. That was not a big deal. We're almost there. Hi, Shanna. The time has come. I no longer need this flesh. So this whole time, it wasn't Zeeg after all. He was being possessed. The people who paid attention to the lore will be like, and everybody else will be like, eh. Melbu Frama. So yeah, lore peeps will be like, no, no way. Because Melbu Frama was the one who was the bad guy in the original Dragon campaign, right? 11,000 years ago. We met his sister in Yulara. She was the one who helped us to like teleport back to where we needed to be to start to protect the signets. He was the bad guy that killed Zeeg and petrified him, and yeah, he was like, imagine it's basically like if you encountered Hitler again, you know? It's like Hitler was a bad guy a long time ago. Oh, he's here again, you know? Because he was basically the Hitler of his time. He committed genocide across a lot of species, and he was a bad dude. 100% bad dude. Now he's back. Oh no. He's Wingly Hitler. I am the famous Melbu Frama, supreme leader of the Winglies. I've been waiting for this moment for over 10,000 years. Why? You must have been defeated by Zeeg. It's true that the sword of that man penetrated me, but what vanished is only my flesh. I cast a petrifying spell on the man, and at the same time I transmigrated my soul to the spirit. The sublime soul is immortal. Winglitler. Yup. How long have you been manipulating my dad? At that moment, I re-entered the light. The first light after 11,000 years. When the black monster came to Deet, that foolish soul tried to release the power of the Dragoon without knowing that I was waiting for that moment. So it was then. I was released from the spirit and revived, in order to obtain an eternal body that is proper for an immortal soul. And now I'm becoming a god. So he possesses bodies. That's the thing that he does. When Dart's dad tried to save that town from the black monster 18 years ago, he used that opportunity to possess Dart's dad. And now he's going to possess the literal god of destruction. Cool. So he took Shanna's place. Shanna was going to be combined with the god in order to destroy the world, and he literally just yeeted Shanna out of the process and took her place so that he could combine with the god instead. Is he merging with the Virage embryo? Is he going to be god instead of Shanna? You're right. I obtained the flesh of the god of destruction. I am the god himself. A god? Don't make me laugh. Oh, look who it is. Lloyd, you're alive. I can't die with the wrong god still around. There's no space for you in my utopia. Remember Lloyd? Lloyd was nice. Except for he killed our friend. But we ended up kind of being buddies, right? Because Lloyd just wanted to, like, make the world better. He just misunderstood what Frama was going to do to achieve that. And when it was clear that he was going to destroy the world in a bad way, Lloyd was like, "No, you're not my friend anymore." And he joined us. Yeah, you remember Lloyd. You forgot our supernatural spirit and pursued your own interest. Unforgivable. Destroy yourself. That was a lot. I couldn't read it all. So yeah, Lloyd's been around since Disc 1. Actually, Lloyd's been around since the very first cutscene we saw. At the beginning of the game. You bothersome dragonfly, it's annoying. And he still had the Dragon Buster. That really powerful sword. Nice to see he brought that with him. What's this? It's the Dragoon spirit of the Divine Dragon, and the Dragon Buster. Are you here to give us this? Don't get conceited, I just ended up here while I was pursuing my own ideals. Yeah, right. His birth will be the death of the world. Hurry up, stop him. Farewell, people who confront the fate of Soa. So yeah, honestly, that's a pretty cool moment that we just get Lloyd's stuff. That Dragon Buster has been haunting us since the beginning of the game. Sadly, I don't think that anybody but Rose can use the Dragon Buster. Like, look at that. That's so good. It's so good, but it's only Rose. So... sad, sad. We now have, if you recall when we fought the Divine Dragon, it was Lloyd that stabbed him in the eye and took his Dragoon spirit and then ran away. But it didn't resonate with Lloyd, so he's just been carrying it around. Why is this my team? And so he gave it to us. Let's talk to everybody. We don't have to, but... Hi, Shanna. Well, let's talk to everybody else first. Rose, are you ready? Yes, anytime. She's checking on Zeeg, because remember, like, they used to be sweethearts. We've been together since the Moon Gem was taken and Lavitz passed away. We fought, laughed, cried, and walked together all the way here. This is so JRPG. But we have to end the walk here. For the sake of the goal that led us here. And for the sake of all living creatures. Now let's go. When I decided to go with you, Queen Teresa told me to learn the meaning of the fate that Soa gave us. This is what I think. Fate belongs to those who are living. We can destroy the fate that somebody else made up. And this is the moment. Let's do it. Stop him for all living creatures and their fate. Emperor Dole would often say to make a world where all species are equal, a strong leader is needed. But Kongol knows anybody can make a world where all species are equal. Even you are not Dragoon. Gigantos, humans, Benintos, Winglies, anybody. Anybody having the feeling can do. But Kongol found out anybody can destroy the world too. Gigantos, humans, Winglies, gods, anybody. Kongol found out one more thing. We can stop him. Dragoons can save the world. Kongol, hero of Gigantos, doesn't fear God. We can stop him. Dragoons can save the world. A JRPG scene in my JRPG? How dare. Dart, you look just like me when I was young. Did you notice? I didn't understand my daughter's pain at all. That's why I dragged it around until now. Shanna's the chosen girl. Has the soul to destroy the world. When she discovered it, nobody but Shanna suffered as much. When Shanna comes around, I don't know where we'll be. But I know one thing. You're the only one who can ease Shanna's pain. You've been a Dragoon for 7 minutes, Craggle. Calm down. But it won't be realized unless we stop the Wingly who wants to be a god. Let's finish it up. I'll pound my secret art into his fat belly. Hey, Maru. Maru. I was gonna give you a little tour, but I ended up coming all the way here. But I was right. I was right in following you. I realized it. In this world, there are lots of people living with lots of thoughts. So there are lots of fights. But there's happiness and joy as well. This is such an awesome world, I won't let him destroy it. I'm totally ready to go. Shanna. No, Maru. Yep, cool. Thanks. I wanted to talk to Shanna, though. Stop hogging my girlfriend. Shanna, wait for me a little. Alright. Let's go. Our last battle. We did it! I'm so excited. Oh, I'm glad that it gave me a choice there. Like, it's right, but it wasn't before. So yeah, wouldn't be a JRPG if we didn't end up fighting God at the end. I have acquired all. The immortality. And the ultimate power. I am the god who purifies the world. Under the fate determined by Soa. Death to those who rebel against fate. Death to all life. And may your death bless the new world to which I shall descend. I'm sorry, I read that faster than the text came up because I played this so much as a kid that I remembered exactly what it said. We won't let you. We're the Dragoons. We're ready to fight against fate. Let's go. So we're not going to use Psych Bomb right away. Although, we'll probably kill all of his tentacle things. Whatever. We're not going to use Psych Bomb right away. So this guy has like 7 phases or something. And I want to get to a phase that has more health. So that if we do use the Psych Bomb, the damage like fully applies. A gravity grabber. How dare. Oh, I forgot to look at the damage on Perky Step, but whatever. Owl will carry this fight. I can, sure. So yeah, that's a good point. We weren't able to equip the Dragon Buster, sadly, because Rose is the only one who can use it. But Dart now has... Zeeg kept the red-eye dragon spirit. So Dart now has the divine dragon spirit, which does recognize him as its master, so Dart is a divine dragoon now. Thanks for hanging out, Shaviel. This is the final fight, so you're not gonna miss that much. Like, you're literally just gonna miss the ending. You've seen everything else. Once Melbu is down, the game is over. You don't, like, there's no playing or anything after it. It's literally just like a cutscene. And then the credits, which are honestly one of my favorite parts of the entire game, not even joking. Credits used to make me bawl my eyes out every time when I was a kid. But yeah, so Dart's got the Divine Dragoon Spirit. I will use it, again, once we're out of this first phase. This first phase doesn't honestly take a lot of damage to move on. So I don't want to... And because he can block, and it'll come to a point where he isn't going to take damage for a little while. And I don't want to be stuck in Dragoon form when he's like that. Which is why I'm doing as much damage to him right now as I can. Yeah, there are 8 Dragoons instead of 7. Because nobody counts the Divine Dragoon Spirit, because technically the Divine Dragon isn't supposed to bow to anybody. But I don't know, I think part of the reason that I like this game is because it really does carry over. Like, there are some RPGs where you just kinda, like, oh, this is our quest. Okay, we've accomplished this quest. Now we move on to this quest, you know? Like, oh, now he's blocking. Alright. I'll show you what happens, but it's not gonna hit him. And this game could have been like that. If it had just been like, okay, chapter 1, oh, we failed to protect the king from getting his moon gem stolen. Oopsie. And then it moved on to chapter 2 and like never talked about the moon gem again, you know? But this game, like, we saw Lloyd in the very first cutscene. Shanna getting taken away was all a precursor to this. And like Lloyd taking that Divine Dragoon Spirit, even though it didn't do anything for him, just came to culmination now, basically 2 discs later. It's like a disc and a half later. So I like that. I like that it's so overarching. There are a lot of elements that are overarching like that. And it didn't have to be. Why did you do that to Al? How dare you? Like, they could have just made it so there wasn't a Divine Dragoon Spirit, and this practically would have been no different, so... Again, I don't really want to cure Al until we're a bit closer to next phase. We are missing out on a lot of damage, though. So yeah, I love that, like, one of the first major bosses that gives people trouble is that, like, half-burnt Virage that we find in the lava on disc 1. And now they're just, like, a regular part of somebody else's attack. There's, like, 3 Virages, and we just brush it off. Yeah, Kongol as a Dragoon is kind of a weirdo, to be honest. You're right, though. I should have, like, just charged him up just to show you. Okay, fine. Does that not cure Petrify? Oh, yeah. I have a million saves. Apparently body purifiers don't cure Petrify. Or just that his petrify can't be cured right now. Fine, Owl Dragoon, for Pete's sake. Because that'll cure Owl. I just don't want Frama to... Like, I know he's getting to his next phase, and we get to keep the Dragoon in between phases, but... So here's the Divine Dragon Spirit. Dart ends up an absolute weirdo. But it's rainbow, though. Alright. Get wrecked, bro. I'm gonna shoot the cannon just like the Divine Dragon. It's very satisfying to watch. Like, that explosion is very satisfying. Yeah, super, super powerful attack. Which is nice. He's gotta be close to next phase. Yes, I did it! Yippee! Even that was alright damage. Buddy, move on. Move on to your next phase. We don't get to see Owl's dragon! Oh, I'm so sad! He never somehow leveled up to Dragoon level 5. Fine, you can use Gas Plus. Because to be honest, we're gonna Dragoon again, and I'm gonna... Moon Serenade everybody. Because we do not need to spend 45 minutes on this fight. Al, I'm not super impressed there, buddy. You could do better. 4 out of 10. Hey, we're moving on. Alright, phase 1 is down. And things get just super trippy. I warned you when we were on disc 1 that by the time we got to disc 4, things were gonna be super weird. The first generation, whatever that means. So that's what he looks like now. And now he can suck people into his realm. And by that I mean his body. You'll see. Dragons are the most powerful thing we can do, so we're gonna get that damage off at the beginning of the phase. I don't think it's gonna do that much damage, but she should have a decently high magic stat. Yeah, that was alright. Schmeck. Dart, what you got? We can do the cannon again, and I think we will. Divine Dragon Ball hits everything, just like it did when the Divine Dragon used it. Sadly, we don't get to summon the Divine Dragon. But yeah, I can think of at least 3 more phases after this. This is quite a fight. What you got? I don't want Freezing Ring. I wish we didn't have to commit to being Dragoon for this long if we didn't want to. Like, we should be able to turn back, you know? Oh, so you can see his face there. From his face is on the top left by that lumpet. Stop it now. What's Owl ever done to you? Oh, he suck. Not Owl, please. Ah. Ugh. You're the worst. So because we switched phases, this was kind of why I didn't want a Dragoon in the first phase. We don't get the bonus of being in Dart's like special rainbow realm anymore. But it's alright. We're gonna get Dragoon back and... Wow, that was awful. Okay. Okay. Let's try that again. Not really much better. Those are really hard. I don't know why. Okay, I just wanted Maru's dragon, and now she can be done. Hey, we get Owl back. Oh no, this is just his version of the Divine Dragon Cannon. You suck. He does a similar animation when he's gonna give Owl back. Alright, you don't have MP anymore. Hey, did it. Nice! That was way better damage than I expected. Do we have... Yeah. Here, Dart. Take this. Me using items in an RPG? What? Oh, that was glorious. That was like perfect. So that we can do this again. Yep, final battle is where to use them. That's literally the only reason that I'm not hesitant to use items. Because I know that this is the final battle. Which makes me bad at RPGs in general. It's sad that that doesn't do as much as just his standard perfect attack. Give me Owl. He's my DPS, bro. Whoopsie. We'll use Psych Bomb at the beginning of the next phase. Exactly. No use, only save. Because even, like, we were just playing... Jeez. We were just playing Death's Door for the first time, what, probably 2-3 weekends ago? Thank you. And, you know, in Death's Door, you plant little seeds, and then you can pick up the flower, and it heals you. And those flowers come back. It's not like it's a one and done thing. They come back. But if I'm not at, like, one hit until I'm dead, I will never take the flowers. And Husbando's sitting next to me, and he's like, why are you not getting the flowers? You're hurt. And I'm like, but I'm not hurt bad enough. You know, I'm just super stingy. I kind of want to do Rose Storm. Because Rose Storm looks really cool. It's of completely pointless usage to us. In this playthrough, but it looks really cool. So I kind of want to do it. But sadly, I think it costs 30 and he only has 20. But it might cost 20 if the first one costs 10. And then it'll probably be Maru's turn again. Don't take Al, please. God, you're the worst! He knows who the strongest member of the party is. For some reason, I cannot do her addition on this dark background. I can't. I don't know why. You just saw me do Perky Step. But I refuse. I'm not using that psychedelic bomb. I'm not doing it until the next phase, when he's like a space guy. You know? Space guy. What was I gonna do? Oh, she was gonna do something else. Yeah, sure. Burnout. Great. Perfect. Because apparently I can't do her addition right now, so we need to do something that does damage. Like, Al is still a Dragoon. Remind. Because... This one starts right away, I think. Oh no! This one does not start right away. I forgot that this one doesn't do it at all, in fact. Yes, like, Al's still a Dragoon, because he just keeps getting captured. Everybody else is gonna be fully charged up to Dragoon level again, and he's gonna be just turning back. And I got rid of my spirit potions. That's alright, Al gets maybe okay SP from Blossom Storm? I don't remember. I did it! Alright, that was better at least. Bro, could you die and move to your next phase? Where you actually look kind of cool. Instead of just a blob man with a creepy face. Sadly, I don't... He should give Al back before he moves on to the next phase, but since he didn't attack first, yeah, he's not done. Okay, can I, like, center the camera differently? Yes. In my brain, that will help. Rama, I'm gonna need you to die. Alright, can we... Yeah, we can do Rose Storm. It does cost 20. I like this attack. I think it's cool. It doesn't do anything for us, but I want to show it off once before the game ends. It's a shield, basically. It's damage reduction. So see, we've all got shields now. Yay! Good job, Al. Thank you. What? We didn't even do damage to him and he's just moving on? Okay. Whatever you say, buddy. The second generation. Space. I don't know if this is like the generations of the world or like what's going on. I think it is. I think it's showing the generations of the world, but... The third generation. Don't worry, we don't have to fight every generation. We get to like... the 6th or 7th generation or something, I don't know. I don't remember. Is this like a history of the Earth science presentation? The 4th generation. Space! Finally. Al is still a Dragoon from phase 1. I kind of like his design here, though. In like a weird surreal way, it's kind of cool. He's like a sideways munchy space monster. Okay, now we're gonna use Psych Bomb. Maru should have a pretty high magic attack. So she's should be a good candidate to use it. Last time we ever get to use that overpowered item. Glorious. Notice he's still in blue and we're 3 phases in. So, I mean, yeah. This boy... Oh, he just changed to yellow. Beautiful. This boy is a thickie for sure. This phase doesn't really hurt. He has a lot of spooky looking things, but it doesn't matter. What? What? I swear to God I pressed that at the right time. But whatever. Al's not a Dragoon anymore, finally. Yeah, he's just like shooting an entire galaxy at you. Doesn't really hurt that bad though. Meh. Not that bad. Okay. None of us are Dragoons anymore. We can just finally do some additions, get some damage off, progress the fight. And as I said, literally everybody is fully charged and Al has 0. Okay, those are bombs. I don't care. They're giving an indication of like what order they're gonna blow up in. Does not matter to me. We are not attacking the bombs. We are attacking Melbu. Smash. Chomp chomp. Thanks, bye. Al, please, attack. You are the strong one.
Storm.
He's changing the time of day. He gets different attacks when it's daytime. I don't know, I really like that mechanic. I like this whole phase of his boss battle. I think probably his second phase, the one that we just did, is my least favorite. Like, I get it, but he doesn't really have much going on besides just he kidnaps your party members for a little while. The first one at least had tentacles to deal with, and like sometimes he blocks with them if you haven't killed him. Yeah, sunshine! Whoopsie, I knew that was bad as soon as I did it. Oh well. Wow, that was a lot of damage, suddenly. Yeah, I'm not sure why he switched it today, given that it destroyed his own star bombs that he cast, but whatever. Also, this is the only time in the game where we get to hear this boss theme. It's just like the Melbu Frama boss theme, and I think it's pretty cool. Okay, Maru. It's time. We are just gonna start going for this. There's absolutely no reason to keep any of these items, obviously. And items tend to be fairly powerful, which is why I saved most of them for this fight. It's you again. Have another one. So we're just gonna unload everything that we have. Oh, don't... He's gonna command block Al on attack, isn't he? Okay, as long as it's Maru, I don't care. Fine. So she can't use items. But she can still attack, that's no big deal. As long as he doesn't command block Al for, like, standard physical attack, we're fine. Well, you know... Oh no, I was gonna use items with Owl. What am I doing? So after this, since we're finishing up Legend of Dragoon today, that feels so weird. We've done... I mean, essentially 14 weeks, right? Of Legend of Dragoon. It feels weird to be saying goodbye. We're making it nighttime again. So... I want to try Snake Pass, which Viv bought for me. And then after that, I'm not sure. And we'll see. I may or may not finish Snake Pass on stream. I'd like to give it a try, just for funsies, but it might be something that would just be like fun and relaxing for like after dinner some days. So we'll see. I mean, I've played a million games, so going back to revisiting something, trying something new, whatever. We've got plenty of options, you know? Hi, Mort. You're awake for once. He still hasn't really taken any notice of those blueberries, has he? Oopsie, I knew I messed that up. More stars, don't care. Oh, one exploded immediately. Okay. So is he turning into Fungus Man after this? I can't remember quite. Oh, he's moving on. Because the item command was restored. 5th generation. Slowly but surely, we're making our way. Again, I think these are the generations of the world, and so it showed, like, after the big flooding and the mountains and everything, now there's animals and plants. Is this just like the 7 days of creation? The 6th generation. Is this where we get a weird painting? Yeah. It's people! And war! And horrible things happening. It's like the history of humanity or something. I don't know. I don't know. That one rock metal cover. Dude with a bow. I think he's riding an elephant. Maybe. Simply do not know. But you know, vibes, whatever. Okay, this is his final phase. We made it. He's Fungus Man now. He looks like a mushroom. Okay, this one can get annoying because he can like put up a shield. But we're in the final phase of the final boss. Can you believe it? Maru, go back to using items, please. Spectral. We have 4 spectral flashes. Heck yeah. I'm not even sure I want a Dragoon again, you know? Because that prevents Owl from doing his attacks. I mean, we could individually Dragoon, I guess. But maybe we should Divine Dragoon with Dart and just use his normal attacks. Because if we... Well, I mean, we have to get Owl back up to where he's charged up to be a Dragoon. And then if we special, Dart gets guaranteed full Dragoon editions, which do like 1,000 each. That's a lot of damage. Oh, we still get to contend with that attack, which does massive damage. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do, honestly. I know we saved the items, and we'll go back to using items if Rama is still alive after all of these. Yeah, back to sleep. He worked real hard, villain. For that couple minutes when his eyes were open, Mort was working real hard, so. A well-deserved break. Alright, so we're not changing phases anymore, which means we get to keep this bonus, this rainbow bonus. Frama should survive. Oh, I should have used the moon serenade first. I meant to. Whatever, it's no big deal. Yeah, that's nice damage. Oh, he's already in red. We're not even gonna get to use all of our items. What a loser. He's just gonna spear us in the brains with some icicles, no big deal. There's so much happening on screen right now. Like the special world thing that Dart has created with his divine Dragoon spirit, and like the item and the lava. Oh man, I am on a roll. Alright, Al, you really have no choice. Oh, look! Oh, I don't know if I've ever done 3 of those perfect in my life in a row. Oh, Frama is wrecked. He is not surviving all of these Dragoon things. Like, even if it was just Dart attacking. Do you have to do the attack that takes 6 years, though, dude? Oh, are we actually streaming long enough that we get to raid Ryan for once? I kind of feel bad for him. Oh, what is happening? I'm doing so good. That's 4 in a row. Those are hard. Like, those are way harder than normal editions. For real. Oh, okay. So can I complain to you for a second? Because I'm checking my text messages. Tomorrow's my mom's birthday. Oh, don't do this. Oh no, this is fine. This is fine. I thought he was putting up a shield. And by putting up a shield, I mean that sometimes he curls into a ball. But anyway. So tomorrow's my mom's birthday, and she's very hard to shop for. Both of the members of my family are. Or both my parents, you know. So I've discovered she likes sweet wine, and so I was like, I'm gonna get her. There, I was distracted by telling the story, okay? My streak is broken. I found this like subscription service to get sweet wines. And so I pay for her to get them quarterly. And that's, like, basically the first half of the year is for her birthday and the second half of the year is for Christmas. That subscription. So she texted me today, and she's like, do you know when my wine box is gonna get here? Because she knows that she's getting it. Like, that's just it. And I was like, I tried to make it so that it would arrive on your birthday. And she was, remember, I'm not the biggest fan of my parents. So I was like, I tried to get it to arrive on your birthday. Don't curl up before Dart, please. And she was like, and when is that? Bruh. Okay, this is fine. Like, and when is that? I wouldn't have been able to try to schedule it for your birthday if I didn't know when your birthday was. Like, why are you being this way? You know what I mean? And I was like, tomorrow. And she was like, good, just testing you. Like, go eat a pound of dongs. You know? And she has no problem with being like, we don't ever ask for anything. As far as I'm concerned, they could get us no Christmas presents and I would not even notice. Like, it's fine. I don't care. And meanwhile, Mom, all throughout the year, is like, get me this for Christmas. Get me this for Christmas. And both of them keep track of how many gifts they get. And if they don't get the same amount or they don't feel like they've gotten enough or whatever, they get angry. And it's like, God, you're so exhausting. Stop. You know? So we every day are inching a little bit closer to never speaking with them again. I mean, that's why I went and got all my stuff from their house. Why is it never Dart's turn? No, it won't be today. Like, there are reasons why I still speak with them, but it's definitely something that is in the future. Because, see, like, they think that we make a bunch of money. The typical, you know, stereotypical assumption that a lawyer must make millions of dollars, right? Like, that's outdated by like 20 years. That's not the case anymore, you know? Husbando took the only job that offered him a job, and it was for $35,000 a year, you know? People don't think that that's what lawyers make, but here we are. Oh, that's it. Fight's over. Dart's doing this on his own. We did it! So they regularly ask for, like, you know, Mom will just be like, hey, what about this for Christmas? And I look and it's like $250. And I'm like, you want a $250 gift as one of the gifts that you get? Like, fam. I do not have $250 to just throw around. But anyway, here's the end of the game. We did it. It's tradition for me to rant a little bit before the ending of any game, so that felt right. And don't get me wrong, I spend more than $250 on Husbando throughout the year, like broken up. Because I like him. Funny how you get more presents and better presents when people like you. Rest in pieces. I can try, Draco. I'll have to restart the console and everything. Yeah, exactly, villain. Like, if you just make my life worse, why am I under any obligation to continue to have you in my life, right? See, Rose has the Dragon Buster in this cutscene. She's supposed to have it.
I kept you waiting so long. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about what they're saying. Rose and Zeeg are basically just like, oh, I've been waiting for you forever. Oh, nice to see you again.
What? Dare you? Inferior humans cannot outshine me, a god.
You shouldn't be able to defeat me. I'm a god. Rah.
Has come. This is the end of our long journey.
Zeeg,
Would you come with me?
Yes. I will never leave you again.
The voice acting is so bad. Zeke's like, this is the end. Can you, like, stay with me? And Rose is like, yeah, of course. I'll never leave you again. But the voice acting was, like, real bad. And Shanna just being like, ah, oh no.
Dart, you have grown up. Father? I couldn't do anything for you as a father. Please forgive me. But father, we finally met. This isn't fair.
Dart, I'm so glad I met you.
Rose! Father! Go, Dart.
So Rose and Zeke are just doing what they should have done, like a million years ago. And finally actually killing Melbu Frama. So they're like, hey, we'll take care of him, you guys leave. And Dart's being a crybaby about it. Because he's like, oh, Dad, we just met. Bro, you grew up with him.
Blaze the way to the future by yourselves.
This is your age to live. It's Shauna. What are you talking about? We can all live together.
We were never meant to exist in this age.
No!
My age ended in remote acting.
Exactly. Like, Rose is literally like, look, we've been alive for like a million years. We're not even supposed to be here. It's fine. Just, like, go. And Dart's like, no, I want all my friends to get out together.
Farewell, Dart. And thank you.
Like, Rose wanted to die for a long time and she just couldn't, so this is probably a good resolution to her story. She got everything she wanted. She got her dude back, she killed the guy she was trying to kill. It's great. Here, you get to see Kongol as a Dragoon in this cutscene. That works, right? There he is. He's just chilling.
Rose! Father!
What have I done, Draco? What have I done? Oh, Mort's doing a heckin' sleep. He's been working real hard today. He's been sleeping real hard, so he's gotta sleep it off, you know? Okay, credits. Best part of this entire disc. I love the music. So, there's Martel in the background with her little kid. This is assuming that we delivered all 50 Stardust to her. And that her child actually, like, she made the wish and her child is better now. Hazel's obviously trying to teach Kongol the Rouge martial arts, and he's working on it. This is Charles Frama, Melbu's sister, feeding those carnivorous plants. And Yulara. This bird is gonna be with us throughout the credits. It's got, like, dark blue wings. There's the destroyed Crystal Palace, so there's Miranda coming back and talking to her sisters, Wink and Luana, and Seti there. There's Queen Teresa. So they're all back together as a family. This... Remember this guy? He wanted to make the Barrens green. He wanted to plant a bunch of stuff. And he's actually got stuff growing there now. So Princess Lisa came up to him and was like, hey, we want to kind of like work with you and help you do this. And he's like, oh my gosh, are you kidding? This is Lohan, where we had the hero tournament. And there's Commodore Puler and Kayla. Maru convinced her little boyfriend person to come out of the forest into the world. So she's getting Winglies to leave the forest. Obviously, Al and Emily are getting married. Like, he wasn't really a womanizer. He literally just, like, liked her. This is, home for Dart. Kind of. It's Lavitz's house, and that was Lavitz's mom. Because on disc 1, he promised Al that when the war was, he promised Lavitz that when the war was over, they would have a drink together. And that's what he did. See, like, he poured one for Lavitz in front of his picture, and then he drank the other one. And now he's back home where they're rebuilding Silice, which is where we started the game. Hi, Shanna. It's still the worst. That's not their kids, don't worry. Those kids, like, just live in town. Look at that guy just banging his head against that thing, I love it. Dart's like short, or Shanna's really tall. They're basically the same height. This is really cute, okay? I love it. I love seeing what happened to everybody. And like if you go before the end of the game to visit Lavitz's mom, you'll see that the people that he offered bread to on the road, the people who were technically from the bad country, right? They lived with Lavitz's mom. Like, they moved in with his mom because, because he said, like, hey, my mom wants visitors, like, she'll totally take care of you, even though you're on the opposing side in this war. And they did, like, they totally moved in. And that helped his mom be happy because she was lonely. And now she can make beef jerky for all of them. I don't know why it's not loading. Usually it shows a whole little scene. Well, not the scene, but like just the end screen that shows like a beach, if I remember. And there's like a blue Dragoon spirit looking thing and a red Dragoon spirit looking thing. So it's basically saying like Rose was that bird that was like floating around, checking all of her friends, making sure that they're all okay. And that she and Zeeg obviously like were happy in the next life or whatever. So yeah, like basically everybody has a happy ending. Somehow. Despite all of the shenanigans and nonsense that we just witnessed. But yeah, that epilogue song is like one of my favorites of all time. Draco, do you want me to boot everything up again and like farm for Kongol just to use his Dragoon? Spirit, we saw him in the cutscene. Also, I'm gonna turn my captions off real quick just so I can check. I guess not? Okay. Well, I think that's kind of a nice place to just cut off the VOD, right? We've got this screen after the credits and everything. But I think we're gonna raid Ryan because we never get to raid Ryan, and that would be nice. Thanks for hanging out for Legend of Dragoon, everybody. This is just such a cherished game for me. I adore this game so much, and it was nice to like fully play it on stream. Yeah, this game was a real nostalgia trip, like for real. I love this game so much, and it's so fun to share it with other people. Even though it's like super goofy and super weird, like it was still really fun. So I'll be back next week. Um, thanks for the lizard treats. He will eat them at some point. Don't worry about it. But say hi to Ryan when you get over there. Um, actually, next week I'll be racing Usurpering in The Last Guardian for Frame Fatales. Um, so uh, I'll be on the GDQ channel once next week, but I'll post all that in my Discord on the schedule. I decided not to do like I did when I came back to a dead friend. Hey, this time you came back to 2 dead friends, Shavil. Zeeg and Rose both. Good job. So yeah, say hi to Ryan when you get over there. And I will see you next week. Bye.